I think it's also exciting. The Rotting Cellar. And it's Baggins' birthday. Alright, I am Big Ed Mustafa. Welcome to Adventures After Dark, where tonight I will actually be playing Big Ed Mustafa. Yes, I really do have a character named Big Ed Mustafa. He's a 58th level Guardian on Crick Hollow server. Deep within the bowels of Angmar, and or not Angmar, he's been through Angmar, he's deep in the bowels of Moria. And we're going to do some questing and adventuring with him tonight. Appreciate anybody who happens along who wants to follow along for the ride. So I've got a fresh bottle of Coke Zero. We're getting started a little bit early, but what the heck? I like playing the game, so we may as well get started. Let's see what's on the table. Repair lamps. You know what they say, why walk when you can ride a goat? Nyron Wolf, howdy, welcome to the stream. Glad you popped by to see what was going on tonight. Well, I suppose, while I'm thinking about it, we're gonna go repair some lamps and swim away from radioactive bugs that are chasing me. And they're still following. Every time the LOTRO stream notification comes up, I want to play. I couldn't agree with you more. It's one of the great things about LOTRO. It just keeps getting better and better and better. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be sneaking around these toads. May as well just get started. That one I think may not aggro me. It's a good thing. Glowworms and turtles and goblin runners. All kinds of nasty stuff down here in the waterworks. Nice. Let somebody else draw all the aggro. And hopefully they'll all run away. Perfect. Hi, CableNet. I hear licking the toads in the waterworks is a rite of passage. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. They have a bit of a hallucinogenic effect. So if you do get poisoned by a toad down here in the waterworks, you will be in for a treat. Yeah, we'll be fighting this glowworm. And remember, ladies, sometimes when you kiss a toad, you may get a prince, but most of the time if you kiss a toad, the only thing you're going to be left with is a grateful toad. If Eldolith were on, she would probably quote that. What the heck's behind me? Turtle. There we go. That's the toad poisoning effect there. Big Ed Mustafa was tripping on LOTRO stream Friday night. Eldolith snuck in just long enough to grab CableNet's quote and not mine. That works for me. We have another bad lamp around here somewhere. There it is. Remember, CableNet, Eldolith stalks you because she cares. Or something. Hubby's been crashed the last 3 hours and will probably rest of the night. Jet lag hit hard. Only slept 4 hours last night. Well, by golly, let him catch up then. Oh no, there's a turtle. Everything's gonna aggro as I run back. Lady Gun, howdy! I know it's hard to believe, but you know me, I will be fishing at some point during the stream. Although, I'm looking. Does Big Ed Mustafa even have a fishing pole on him? Oh, for shame. I will have to grab a fishing pole before I can fish tonight. Who knew? If I were in my right mind, I should probably be at the farmer's fair. There he is. Okay, your lamps are fixed. Thrand, what's next?
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
I have upgraded my jewelry. Oh, maybe it did end yesterday. Yeah, it was the 15th. Guess that explains why I'm not fishing at the Farmers Festival. Do they have any fishing associated with Bilbo's birthday?
Khazad-dûm belongs to Durin's folk!
The Chamber of Dark Water. See if anybody else has something for me. Quests are thin here at the moment. Ran out of lasagna. Ouch. Our matey weekend, eh? Oh, Orc Slayer Advanced, very nice. Don't type while painting your nails. Hi, Ninth Spawn. Oh, your lasagna belonged to us. Learn from Cable Knit, Ninth Spawn. Don't be painting your nails while you're typing. Okay, I have no doubt that at some point during tonight's stream I will regret mentioning this, but Discord is open. So if you happen to know my Discord channel and you want to chat live, feel free to join me. We're playing in-game music tonight, so... Hi, Pang. How's it going? That's why I was suggesting you hop on Discord. That way you can voice chat while you paint your nails. You don't have to worry about marking up your keyboard. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. There we go. Hi, little lizard. Thing's really fast for a turtle. Who knew?
How's it going, Big Ed?
Good, Ninth Pond. How are you, bud?
I can't complain. It's the weekend.
And not a minute too soon.
I definitely agree with that one.
The heavy iron is really weighty and taxing, so I thought I'd ride the goat up the stairs. Hauling all this armor around just wears him out.
Yeah, Moria needs a public transportation system, something fierce.
Who am I supposed to talk to? West of the Chamber of Dark Waters. Oh, poop. Okay. I went back to the Rotten Cellar and I didn't need to go here. On the other hand, Big Ed Mustafa is a man, so it would seem like good role-playing to not stop and get directions.
I know the route. I've been doing this for years. Trust me.
Exactly. I know a shortcut. Traffic will be less this way.
And if I stop for directions, that'll throw me off my entire Moria schedule.
Exactly. We'll get caught behind the 9:15 train, and then it'll totally blow the day.
What server is this character on?
This is on Crick Hollow.
Oh, cool.
I obviously play on Brandywine a lot and more than a fair amount on Arkenstone, so I thought it might be fun to bust out one of the Crick Hollow characters tonight. I believe Big Ed Mustafa is my highest ranked character on Crick Hollow. They're all kind of mid-level over there. I have a captain that's like 36th that I think is my lowest level.
May Durin return soon to his halls.
Ally of the Iron Garrison.
We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion. We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion. We have seen naught of Durin's bane. Be wary if you journey into Moria. If we are to fight Mithril and Khazad-dûm, we will first have to deal with the orcs. We have seen naught of Durin's bane. Be wary if you journey into Moria.
Abide here a moment and speak with me.
See, he's fishing. Lady Gun was picking on me earlier saying she couldn't believe I was doing something besides fishing. I realized I'm not carrying a fishing pole on Big Ed. Sacrilegious, I tell ya.
Oh, wow, you haven't played this character in a while.
No. Not for a good long stretch. Hi, it's a Paul. How's it going?
How may I be of assistance?
We'll repair some stuff. We'll sell off a couple things. It'll be big fun.
It'll be something.
Exactly. What's the third piece? Pauldrons of Brutal Onslaught. I've got the armor and the gauntlet. I just need the Pauldrons of Brutal Onslaught. And then I'll be cool or something. Broken crossbow.
Or at least have a cool outfit.
Yeah. That would be good. I'm wearing some kind of horrible mishmash right now. I can only thank my lucky stars Terry Edwin's not here to yell at me.
Yeah, I've been trying to improve the outfits on the tunes I play regularly, but I still don't think I'm out of the, oh my god, what are you wearing?
I can relate.
Hi, Bellandora.
Hi, Bellandora. I just noticed I'm also not using a legendary weapon of any kind, and I'm kind of wondering why. So I gotta look over my LIs real quick.
Yeah, at this point, that's a very good question.
Well, I know the short answer. It's because I hate legendary items. Really wore out on the grind with these things. I'm pretty sure I got a belt on.
I can understand that.
Yeah. With the kneecapper, I ought to be able to beat. Let's see what we got. Sword of the Third Age. See the damage output on it. I mean, I realize I haven't leveled it up yet, but that kneecapper hammer does 50 damage per second, and this thing only does 42, and it's at level. And then this is the original belt that I got when I entered Moria. This is a completely useless hammer that does 39 damage per second.
I think I would hate the LI system if I knew it better. Like, I'm just blindly going through it and, trying not to mess things up too much.
Well, I mean, this is a pretty good example, though. I've got a random drop weapon. I mean, it was a quest reward of some kind, but the legendaries I have that are on level, I mean, this is a 57th level hammer? No, that's the 55th. Where was it? 57th level sword? Yeah. 57th level guardian sword does 42 damage, and this random quest hammer does 50 damage per second. So that would explain why I'm not carrying the sword. Maybe if I rank it up, we'll get close. Alright, well I guess that's fair enough. So if I can actually find that sword now, I will equip it. Okay, let's go questing. Yeah, I'm a little bit ashamed, Bellandora. I'm down here in the waterworks with no fishing pole.
Hi, Bellandor.
Don't even know what I was thinking.
I think CableNet Dragon has the right idea. The Drunken Allies sounds like a lot of fun.
Yes. Legendary items, because if LOTRO was too fun, everybody would want to play. Wow. Oop. I would have sworn there were stairs there. Drunken epic battles. That's got to be more fun than standard epic battles.
Yeah, I don't have anything I want to play on Crick Hollow. I think I'm going to remedy that tonight and create something.
Epic battles is another one of those confusing game mechanics. It's like, let's make the very first epic battle that most people try Helm's Dyke, so that you hate it so much you never try any of the other epic battles.
Yeah, I'm not an epic battle fan, that's for sure.
That's a long line you're standing in. Legendary items, epic battles, essence armor and essence jewelry. On the other hand, they let me swim around in heavy armor, so I should be grateful for that. There's the mushroom.
Yeah, that's not recommended to try in real life.
I'm sorry to hear the stream isn't looking smooth for you, Bellandora. I think since we're on the LOTRO stream, you actually can adjust the graphic quality. Hopefully that'll help. That's okay, Lady Gun. I won't tell anybody.
That's all right, Lady Gun. I did something similar a week or so ago where couldn't figure out what was wrong with my headphones, tried resetting the software, doing everything like that, and it wasn't on. That was the problem.
Lady Gun is just trying out a new feature on the stream tonight. It's called the Mrs. Mustafa Simulator, where you don't hear a word I say. So, appreciate you trying out that new feature tonight, Lady Gun. Find the fungus-covered mirror.
Yeah, the problem with trying out that feature, though, is if for some reason it compels you to bring you Coke Zero. I don't like that feature at all.
Well, that's a good feature, too, though. Let's back to the Globsnaga.
Yes, the power of Coke Zero compels you. Useful in any Pepsi exorcism.
And really, even to those of you who aren't married to my wife, you should always keep a delicious supply of crisp and refreshing Coke Zero by you at all times. Not an official sponsor yet. Although what was funny is somebody told me that a lot of Twitch streamers have tried to get soda endorsements before, and all of the soda companies are like, yeah, forget it, no chance.
Which is odd when you think about it, because at least like the top level of streamers, they got lots of viewers.
Yeah. So that would be a conundrum. Imagine like if I got approached by Taco Bell and they were like, we really want you to pitch Taco Bell and Pepsi products for us. And I'd be like, but... I would guess that the odds of me selling out and taking the money are really good. If I have to choose between standing by my principles or standing on a pile of somebody else's cash, I will take the money.
Yeah, I believe that too. I can see that first stream afterwards. Okay, forget everything else I've said about Coke Zero.
Well.
Pepsi is the bomb.
It's the choice of a new generation. What's their Pepsi Max? Is that what it is? Diet Pepsi Max? I could see me filling the Pepsi Max can with Coke Zero and drinking from it on stream.
Yeah, I worked receiving at like a grocery store, and I got to know the vendors. And the Coke vendor was telling me, like, if they get caught seen drinking like a Pepsi or something like that, they actually get in serious trouble.
But really, let's face facts. If you pour it over ice and you put enough rum in it, can you really tell the difference? I could, but you guys probably can't.
Yeah, I guess with enough rum, even like RC Cola and stuff is drinkable.
Yeah, I think CableNet's got it down pat. And Lady Gun. Orcabella's, Bass Pro Shops, Gander Mountain. Pepsi makes Lady Gun's teeth squeak.
See, now that would be a selling feature for me.
Squeaky teeth?
Why not?
Sure. Oh, that would have been a good place to use charge. I could use charge there too. Okay, let's try charge. There we go. See how exciting that was since I charged? Alright. There's somebody back in here I need to use a mixture on. That's not super creepy. I almost never drink coffee, Lady Gun. If I have like 3 cups a year, that would be like a big year for me. But I went to McDonald's to get breakfast last week, and I was just dragging at the office, probably because I was up too late playing LOTRO. And I thought, I was getting some breakfast burritos, and they were like, "It's back, pumpkin spice latte." And I'm like, all right, I'll get one. And I drank the whole thing and was still nodding off in my cubicle that day. I was telling my nephew about it, and he's like, pumpkin spice? What are you, a 14-year-old girl? I'm like, yeah, sometimes. Taking grief off my nephew for drinking coffee.
Only online. That's the only place.
Yep. If you're a Japanese businessman with a platinum Visa card, I will be a 14-year-old girl. It's sort of like drinking the Pepsi.
Again, principles lose out to standing on that pile of cash.
Yeah. And no matter how great my shame, if there's enough cash, I can get the therapy I'll need to recover. Well, now where did the quest go where I'm supposed to use the whatever on him? It's weird. I'll have to find the quest ring, I guess. Memorial Waterworks. Fighting the fungus. Out of the darkness.
Yeah, that's the problem with having more than one person in the Discord is the chance of creating quotes goes up exponentially.
Hi, Princess Quill. Yeah, I never bought into a whole lot of that girly and manly drinks and food business. Here's my thinking, okay? And I apologize in advance if Maiden of Rohan isn't here, because I'm going to get seriously into a food conversation. But the book, Real Men Don't Eat Quiche, do you know what quiche is? Quiche is pie filled with scrambled eggs, cheddar cheese, caramelized onion, and bacon. There's not a more manly food on the planet than quiche Lorraine. I mean, that's the ultimate guy food right there. Maybe if you put sriracha on it, it would be even more manly. But that's the perfect man food is quiche Lorraine. Everything in that is absolutely stupidly delicious. So why would you say real men don't eat quiche?
I think the name isn't helping it. Like, if it had something different as a name, maybe, but... I mean, I don't like quiche, but it doesn't have to be with a machismo thing. I just don't happen to like scrambled eggs.
Well, and fair enough. I can understand that.
But I think the more accurate title of a book would be like "Real Men Tend to Eat Whatever the Heck Happens to Be on the Plate."
Yeah. Hi, Chromite. Hi, Nettlebrew. Saw you were streaming a little while ago. Hopefully everything went well. Nettlebrew was working his way through Dunland. Hopefully y'all got a chance to see that. If you haven't thrown Nettlebrew a follow yet, you should do so immediately. Just left-click his name, and Twitch chat will give you the option to throw him a follow.
And tonight only we'll give you amnesty for not having followed him earlier.
Yeah. As far as that goes, too, you should all be left-clicking on Bellandora's name. Give Bellandora some follows, too, if you're not already following her. She is going to be kicking off a fundraising stream on Saturday the 24th to benefit the Hobbiton honeymoon. So, best of luck with that. And I think if I don't do anything to make her mad at me between now and then, I might even get the chance to help moderate for her, so that will be exciting. If anybody sees a mirror covered with fungus, let me know. I think it's right up here, though.
I would say that you being a moderator boggles the mind, but I actually moderate in a room or two, so there's just no sanity left in this world.
Well, in all fairness to Belle and Dora, I will probably behave myself better in her stream than I normally do in All Ups.
Yeah, that's true. All upstream is kind of the no holds barred stream there.
And we're swimming. And we're swimming. Oh, I don't know if I've been in here. I think there's another chamber I gotta go find. I understand, CableNet. Pets can be a problem. Chamber of Memory. I always forget about the Chamber of Memory. I wonder what that means.
Oh, it looks like Alapena is here. Did you say his name 3 times? I've warned you about doing that.
Well, it's alright. All up, how you doing, man?
How's it going, Alapena?
It wasn't really that I was specifically going to sell myself out to Pepsi, as much as I'm just willing to whore out my integrity for money in general. All up probably knew that already.
But that Japanese businessman thing, that's totally happening.
Yeah. Shame is for people who don't need the money. There's one for you, Eldolith. Quote that. It's not true, Nettlebrew. I promise I haven't sold out to Pepsi. I'm still the bastion of integrity that I always have been. The heck am I going? I need to be over here, don't I? Hi, Mr. Toad. Nettlebrew says he has neither shame nor money. Oh, you definitely don't want to know, Lady Gun. Sheds a single tear for the lasagna.
I like how she takes you at your word at that when you say, no, you don't want to know about that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That is very wise.
These halls will be great once more.
Well, you can just
The
kind of
time
take
has
it for
come to
granted
drive
that if
forth
I
the
don't
orcs
want to
from our
talk about it,
kingdom.
it's probably horrible.
Stand and speak with me. The fate of Khazad-dûm hangs in the balance. The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom. May Durin return soon to his halls.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm. Abide here a moment and speak with me.
Collect toad slime. Looks like I'm going to kill some toads.
How may I be of assistance?
I wonder if there is a Toad Slayer like title, because if so, I totally need that.
I would have found it by now. I'm too OCD to not have explored that.
If only there was some kind of, like, I don't know, like a LOTRO encyclopedia that I could check. Oh, wait a minute.
Alright, once more onto the fray.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
Ooh, nice shield. So what else we got? Nice might bracelets. Trinket of protection. What guardian could pass up on a better shield? Plus, I feel like that dwarf who's fishing in there, like it's a clue that I should be fishing in there, because there's cool stuff to be caught. I'm probably projecting. Well, you make
Yeah,
fun
that
of...
probably...
Olip said, man, all that pack space you made.
Oh, did you free up a slot or two?
Just one or two, that's why he was making fun of me. I do have a two-handed sword, at least I thought I did. Maybe I don't. My guardian on Arkenstone always carries a two-handed sword. The Crick Hollow characters are not well organized at this point. I've got some characters I created on Crick Hollow. I've got some characters I transferred over from Silverlode. I haven't really cleaned things up. I actually have two guardians here on Crick Hollow. I said my captain was my lowest level character over here, but I forgot I have a second guardian that's like 28th level.
And none of your Crick Hollowins have Lord of the Streams titles, so, you know, this is just not a developed server for
That is,
you.
you're exactly right. Nobody over here has it. My three who have it, two are on Arkenstone, and of course Little Ed. I don't even have a house here on Crick Hollow. Which might explain the lack of fishing. I have nowhere to store the trophies.
Homeless in Crick Hollow. That'd be a good book.
Yeah. Eldalus got the shame quote. Awesome. Are they in akin, your Crick characters? I don't believe so. That's a good question. Am I in a kinship? Nope.
Well, this character doesn't have a transport to a kin house, so I'd say at least this one definitely isn't.
Well, and this is my highest ranking character, so I can just about guarantee none of the other ones do either. And none of those were toads. Shameful, shameful, shameful. So yeah, if I were better organized here, Chromite, I would have a good two-handed weapon on this Guardian. But one of the reasons I'm playing him tonight is to dust him off. I don't think I've had Big Ed Mustafa out for a good long while.
I'll be back in a few.
Alright, I'll just be here breathing into the microphone and trying to keep caught up with chat.
That sounds like a plan.
Perfect. I'm gonna need that toolbar back. Thanks. One of the other weaknesses I have on this particular server is I do not have a scholar. So I don't have any battle lore or warding lore scrolls. Those help, as do shield spikes. There's Toad. There you go, Cable Knit. I licked the toad.
There should certainly be a deed for that.
Big Ed Mustafa, licker of toads.
That would be cool.
That would be worth a t-shirt, maybe.
Definitely.
A couple of fellow adventurers just hanging out down in the waterworks.
Yeah, it does seem like a really great place to just chill out, you know?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Other than the fact that all of that falling water would make you want to pee. That'll be a true test of my endurance. Can I complete all of the Waterworks quests and chug Coke Zero without having to take a bio break? Inquiring minds want to know. Hey, it's a toad. Defeated creatures at the Great Wheel. And I got toad slime. If you are in chat and you're not already following my friend Allup Enya, you should do so immediately. Please left-click Allup's name and shoot him a follow. He puts up with all of the grief I throw his way, and still puts on good streams. Well worth watching. Plus, one of these days when I'm in his channel making fun of him, he will finally crack and start cursing me out in front of everybody. You'll want to be there to see it. It will be epic.
Besides, eventually you will run out of episodes of Murder, She Wrote, so you need to have a good streamer list at that point.
Exactly. Although I think that show went on for like 17 seasons. Might take a while to run out of episodes. Plus, you don't have to worry about Allup getting those annoying plugins working because he doesn't know how. So his stream will always be pure LOTRO. Elda Ninja appears. Elda never went away. That's why we're so glad to have her in the 40 Thieves. She likes to stay in stealth for long periods. You're not a toad. You're not a toad. You're not a toad.
Big Ed Mustafa's self-motivation book, new one. You are not a toad. Just tell yourself this over and over again.
I'm like the Jack Handy of LOTRO. Would people still chop down trees if trees could talk? I'll bet they would if they were really noisy. Hi, Lala. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, Elda, I would tell you that this stream helps with headaches, but even I can't tell that big a lie.
Yeah, that would be... Just listening to me talk should be grating on everybody's nerves. Again, that's just part of the Mrs. Mustafa simulator. You can't hear me, but if you do hear me, it just grates on your nerves horribly. That might be why she always makes sure I've got Coke Zero, because I can't talk while I'm drinking it. Alright, looks like I'm good on toads. Three creatures near the Great Wheel.
I think that definitely was my favorite Sesame Street character, the Count.
Count was good. I liked Cookie Monster. I liked Grover. They lost me with Elmo. I was of the generation before Elmo, so when they put Elmo on Sesame Street, I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying into this Elmo dude. He's like too cute.
Yeah, that was after my time too. When I started watching it, I think the new character was Snuffleupagus. I liked him okay.
Snuffleupagus was old school. I remember Snuffleupagus. Big Bird was the only one who could see him. He'd always wander off whenever anybody else came around. But a little bit like Scrappy-Doo, when they started putting Scrappy-Doo on the Scooby-Doo cartoons. It's like, he's not legit. They're just adding characters to be adding something. Scrappy-Doo needs to shovel off. I ain't buying it.
He kind of was an atrocity.
Yeah. It's like, what can we do to jack up a perfectly well-beloved children's cartoon? Let's add Scrappy-Doo to it for no reason.
Now, I did like that other side, like their friends or cousins or whatever they were, but instead of a pet dog, they had like a dune buggy.
Don't remember that.
I could be completely remembering that wrong, too.
That's okay. Let's just make up stuff and act like we both totally remember it. Like the time that Hong Kong Phooey had the torrid, passionate gay love affair with Captain Caveman. That was hot.
Definitely one of the finer moments of that show.
It was like the Brokeback Mountain of my childhood cartoon experience. Speed buggy or whatever. My wife gets mad because she likes Johnny Quest, and I always tell her that Johnny Quest is like a totally homoerotic cartoon. It's like you got four guys, they're all traveling together, and they break up into pairs all the time. Hey, Race Bannon, we should go check out what's going on over here. All right, Johnny. Say, Johnny, you look tense. How about I give you a back rub? That's a good idea, fellas. I'll take Haji over here and give him a back rub. It was just creepy.
Yeah, I never noticed it before, but it does seem sinister now.
Yep. I mean, I wouldn't have read too much into it until Olip was telling me about his Scoutmaster. Sorry, I didn't make you spill a drink, did I?
No, I'm immune now.
Awesome. He's probably debugging his Discord, so he can't hear me right now, so I'll repeat the joke. He was out running around with Maiden of Rohan doing Slayer deeds the other night on Landrevel, and he had a like a 25th level minstrel on, and he kept getting attacked by Huron out in the Lone Lands. And I said I hadn't seen Alla Benya get assaulted in the woods so much as that time that his scoutmaster talked him into drinking a wine cooler. That's good stuff there. Eldolith thought that was a little harsh, but, you know, nobody actually got molested. And the Boy Scouts are a fine organization, and I would never mean to impugn them as far as anybody knows. They're all jokes. They're perfectly harmless. Except for crushing all up Psyche.
And if you find that story too believable, just tell yourself, would a wine cooler really alter jalapeno?
He was the canteen boy of Texas. Well, I guess I'm done here for now. I just needed to find the Great Wheel. When do I get the quests to clear it up? That's when this area gets frustrating, is when you know you're going to have to come back later for another quest. It's like, why can't I just do the quest now? No, it was like the Brokeback Mountain of my childhood cartoon experience. I was making up that there was a crossover cartoon where Hong Kong Phooey had a passionate love affair with Captain Caveman. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Other than I actually thought Captain Caveman was super annoying and didn't like watching it.
No, he was kind of a boring character.
Yeah. You were very close, CableNet. Hi, Mr. Toad.
The shadow of Mordor.
And I do see on
not long
Wikipedia
filled
that there
the
was a
halls
show
of
called
Khazad-dûm.
Speed Buggy, which is like what I
We
was
have
talking about,
little time
the
to speak.
Scooby-Doo characters,
Great
but
events have
different.
been set in motion.
So I'm not hallucinating, or somebody is
Shadow of
just, you
Mordor will
know,
not long
messing with
fill the
Wikipedia to
halls
make me
of
think I'm not
Khazad-dûm.
hallucinating.
We
Well,
have
unless
seen
that
naught
was an
of
entry
Durin's
created by
Bane.
It's a Paul in the
Beware
last
if you
15
journey
minutes.
into
It's
Moria.
probably legit. Congrats on It's a Paul for pulling that out of his memory. That had to be buried deep in his psyche somewhere. Guardian's Dagger, level 53.
Something cool I noticed on the Wikipedia, the voice of the Speed Bucky was Mel Blanc from like Looney Tunes.
Oh, very cool.
How may I be of assistance?
I think barbed carapaces are useless. It's amazing the amount of stuff you collect in Moria that you can't turn in for anything. Broken axes. Anything that's gorgeous or broken is useless, I know that. Charming and polished is good for turn in. Beautiful is good for turn in. Creepy is good for turn in. Vile is no good for turn in.
Okay, so there are trophy items that are useless. I thought I was just going crazy.
Nope, there are. I've been spending enough time in Moria that I'm getting pretty familiar with what's what. Nasty Filth, I think, is still useful for turn in. Raking Claws and Barbed Claws are both useful. Creepy Skin is useful. Legendary level up. Deed complete. Quest of the Waterworks. Alright, nice. Defeat Stonecrest, collect acid glands, and go back to the rotted cellar to turn in the torso. Acid glands come from the glowworms. So there's a lizard in the drowned deep I need to go kill, and I need to kill glowworms. Thank you, Nettlebrew. Hopefully I'll get back to a mailbox before midnight tonight. And then he ran away. Mel Blanc was an absolute genius. I mean, truly.
Yes, I agree with that.
One of the best comments I ever heard that explained the brilliance of his talent is that he could do Daffy Duck imitating Bugs Bunny and then turn around and do Bugs Bunny imitating Daffy Duck, and they were two distinct voices. You could tell which one was which. I mean, just try imagining yourself doing either Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny, and then try to put that spin on it. I mean, that's just like, holy crap, that dude had talent. I mean, that's a once in a generation kind of brilliance.
Yeah, I can't do either one, so I definitely can't do them, you know, pretending to be the other one.
I hear ya. Oh, battle and warding lore stuff. Thank you. Nettlebrew's seen me play. He knows I need all the help I can possibly get.
Yeah, that's true, but not in-game items. You need, like, a serious professional with a comfortable couch.
Yeah, lots of medication. I mean, I don't even expect the voices in my head to go away completely. If I could just find something that would make them, kind of use their inside voice instead of screaming at me all the time, that would be a tremendous help. See, it's like as soon as I get tagged for this glowworm quest, all the glowworms disappear. It's like, attention glowworms, Big Ed Mustafa is looking for you. Please hide immediately. It's like, but this place was littered with them. Where did they all go? "10 minutes ago, I couldn't have swung a dead cat without hitting a pile of glowworms."
That should be a quote.
Also a good quote. Well, I appreciate the offer, Nettle Brew. I think I'll be able to manage to fumble around okay. I may not do it gracefully or impressively, but that's one of the nice things about playing a Guardian. You have to really get yourself into a pickle to get in trouble. I decided to go this way. Ooh, a chunk of ore. You know what I could use would be a run buff. Guess there's no reason to not use an attack buff, as long as I got it. We got piles of these too. Still looking for a run buff. There we go. So if I'm going to play poorly, I can at least quicken the pace. Ooh, big pile of glowworms. Random, possibly dumb question. Has anyone ever tried to clear an area of all baddies over and over again to see if you can get all of them to eventually respawn as food items? I keep wondering if it's possible. I don't believe that it is possible. I think the game has preset spawn points, and you may be able to get different creatures to spawn, but they will always respawn as creatures. If by food items you mean like bunnies and squirrels and stuff, I think those are in a separate spawn category, so you'll never be able to eliminate like orcs or goblins entirely if you're hunting in an area with orcs and goblins. That's just my best guess, Lady Gun. If anybody else has a thought, feel free to pipe in.
I'm just thinking that would be a cool feature to the game where, you know, it come back as a food item, but one that could attack you. I would really like to battle with rhubarb.
Yes. Olip has on a number of occasions and barely survived. Alright, let's go find Stonecrest and ruin his day. Oop, I didn't want to remove it, I wanted to highlight it. There we go. Set his quest guide focus. He's this way. Oh, not even that far away. See, that 10% run speed boost really makes this a lot more exciting and dynamic, doesn't it? Lizard food. Who would have thunk? That's weird. Took him a minute before he'd aggro me. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Plants versus, like, what I would call fauna or landscape critters, like squirrels and bunnies. I don't know what causes vegetable matter to spawn, flora, if you will. It might vary from zone to zone. I know that there's some areas where it seems like the spawn points are almost completely set. And you'll run by the same spot and you'll get metal. New deed, bulwarks of the enemy. Harazgund.
Well, it's generally seeds that cause vegetable matter to spawn. Oh, you mean in-game.
Durian
I'm sorry.
returns soon
In-game,
to
yeah.
his holes.
And is this the Vile Maw? Is that where you go to fight the Watcher? I think it is.
How may I be of assistance?
Repair my stuff. And let's see what we can sell. Broken axe. Vendor trash. I don't know that the charming tales are necessarily vendor trash, but I'll never collect enough of them to turn them in. They just don't drop frequently enough, or I'm not hunting whatever does drop them frequently.
What item was that?
Charming tale.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it does anything.
Okay. You checking the wiki or just looking in the housing area?
I was just checking the wiki, so I could be wrong.
Okay. You're probably correct, though. I wouldn't bet against you. That's part of our thing, Nettlebrew. We like to edumacate while we're playing video games. Botany, freshwater ecology.
Cartoons from the 80s. We have a real wide variety of topics.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Toad. Hi, Mr. Lizard.
Oh, don't worry. All she did was, quote something you would probably rather you hadn't said. It's no big deal.
Sure, the prosecution will use it against you at your trial, but we'll all have a good laugh in the meantime.
See, I've been thinking, before stream, they should really Mirandize us. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in quotes.
That would be good. By golly, he's got a ring above his head. Let's go see what he can do for me.
See, I wonder if the mobs ever look above themselves and go, oh my god, I've got a ring, I'm totally going to die.
Yeah. If LOTRO gives you your halo, you're about to become an angel.
If we drive the orcs from Khazad-dûm, will it be enough?
I'm going to pop back here. This is a really beautiful chamber, but it absolutely kills your graphical frame rate. All that flowing water and the particles from the spray. Here,
Yeah, waterfalls are not your friend.
Not if you're looking for frame rate. But that's just, I mean, what a view.
One could almost say you shouldn't go chasing waterfalls. You should stick to the rivers and streams that you're used to.
Exactly.
Oh, I have arrived. I am quoted.
Wow. Took a while. Yeah, Eldolith, if you just hang out and chat sometime with me and Ninth and Zinger and all up, you will eventually break Moobot with too many quotes. That really won't be a problem.
I remember that one. Yeah, And there's...
quoting Andrew would probably be a bad plan. Sorry, what were you going to say, Ninth?
I was just going to say there is no shortage of amphibians in the waterworks.
Nope. Place is lousy thick with them. And it's not a slow respawn rate either, if I recall. Alright, we're good on toads. I just need lizards.
And some of them are aggressive, like the turtles. I know I was traveling with somebody in Moria, and she was a level where, like, you know, they were gray, but they were green for me. And I'm like, oh, come back! I pulled a turtle.
I need 2 lizards. Yeah, I apologize for not getting Nettlebrew's warding and battle lore scrolls. I am free to play, so I do not have universal mail. I have to go to town to get it. So for those of you who are watching who might have heard that LOTRO is free to play but you're kind of skeptical, I'm here to vouch for the fact. I've got characters at level cap, I've got the whole game unlocked, and to the best of my knowledge, I've never spent a nickel of my own money on the game. You can do it. Were you going to comment, Ninth Pawn?
Well, I was just going to say that generally the only thing holding you back on that is the unlimited mail access and you know, stables and stuff, but that's about it.
Yeah, swift travel would be nice, and the remote mail would be very handy at times, but LOTRO has probably the best free-to-play gaming experience of any major title I am aware of.
I'd agree with that hands down.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the free-to-play MMOs that are out there are half-finished crap that they never got funded to full commercial release, so they just released them as free-to-play. But this game was pay-to-play for
The orcs have
3
surely
or 4
ruined it.
years before they went to free-to-play.
We can only hope
That sounds about
Durin's
right.
Bane sleeps deeply.
Foreman Indrith.
And if anybody doubts how good the free-to-play is on this game, just try SWOTOR without a sub for a little while, where they literally will
things
charge
dwell
you
now
to
in
get
Moria.
another action bar.
He broke it. He broke the wheel. Oh, you sent shield spikes also. Thank you very much. That's just me being lazy, though. I have 2 weaponsmiths or armsmen on Crick Hollow. I should have made my own and just probably used them all and haven't restocked myself.
Balin came, but we have heard no word from him. What foul and nameless things we face in Moria,
Find a new
I know
gear in the
not.
tunnels of the Great Wheel.
Oh, that's awesome, Nettle Brew. That's like the last time that I've known they've given out lifetime subs.
That's very cool. I don't think I want to go through that door.
I remember getting something out of it, but I think it was just turbine points, and I think it's what they gave to everybody.
Nettlebrew just won turbine points for life, 500 per month. Nope, can't go that way. I was just thinking how great these water effects look. I am playing this on a fairly beefy PC at 1080p with all of the detail turned up ultra high, and I've got the DirectX 11 fire and water effects turned on. So if you haven't seen LOTRO in all of its glory before, take a peek. It's pretty spectacular. Well, I certainly wouldn't discourage anybody from subbing to the game, It's a Paul. I mean, LOTRO is a terrific gaming experience. Tons of stuff to see and do, and, you know, paying the subscription cost is worth it for a lot of folks. I know, like, All Up doesn't have a lot of interest in crafting. He doesn't like grinding out the deeds and stuff. So for him, just, you know, paying his subscription fee keeps everything open, and he doesn't have to worry about a lot of that stuff quite so much. Oh no. You know, a VIP subscription, if you buy it 3 months at a time, it's, 3 months for $29.99, I think. Money well spent. I mean, you get 500 turbine points, you get the mail anywhere, you get the swift travel at most of the stable master locations, and it makes the time that you do get to spend in game more productive. You're not wasting your time riding from Estelden out to Forakel or something like that. You can just go run the quests you want to run and not have to watch yourself travel on a stable master's horse for 20 minutes.
But if you are, thinking of streaming, you may not want to go VIP because those 20-minute travels are streaming gold.
Yeah. I use that time, to take bio breaks, go make myself a sandwich, go get the car washed.
Hello, Half Pint.
Hey, Half Pint. Plus, if I just show my empty chair on camera, I normally get more viewers and followers than if I'm actually here, so it's better for my numbers if I'm away while I'm on the stable master's horse.
Plus, it gives you a great opportunity to get up and check the other areas of the house. Oh my God, this place has a kitchen.
Yeah, who knew? I think that might be where the wife's getting all the Coke Zero from.
Nah, the Coke Zero is manna from heaven. It comes from the sky.
Only it were true.
That would be one delicious rainstorm, though.
It would. What is it with me and culverts? There's a sewer system somewhere, I get lost in it. Somewhere there is an exit to the sewer system, and I will find it. Oh, this is where I got the gear.
Yes, but the real question is, will you find your way out before you find the mutant Ninja Turtles?
Nope. No, I fully expect to be hearing Cowabunga Dude at any moment. And that's not the way I wanted to go either. I think I've got it figured out now. I remember running into that door before. Yep, here we go. Plus, I'm going to need to get all this heavy armor oiled after swimming in it this much. You don't want the stuff to rust up on you.
Balin came, but we have heard no word from him. What foul and nameless things we face in Moria, I know not.
Hi, Hunzy. I have not been having a great day for loot so far. But the night is young.
I would say, and so are we, but nobody believed that.
Yeah, I'm old.
That's such a great name, Globsnaga.
It's quite the title. Plus, if you're hunting Globsnaga orcs in Moria, they count as both orc kills and Globsnaga kills. I've already completed Orc Slayer Advanced, so that's not showing up, but...
Yeah, that is a good way to get them both knocked out.
And you can still pick their pockets if you're a burglar.
And have some weird desire to know what's inside of Globsnaga's pockets.
I think we're all curious. Especially after a few cocktails.
What's that Globsnaga got in its pockets?
Dark things dwell now in Moria. Many foul things dwell in the depths of the mountains. I fear the orcs will be
I
the
sent
least of our
Caldi off to
troubles.
the Vile Maw to open the doors of the channel in preparation. I've not heard back from him, but I thought that maybe he was just dawdling. Now I wonder. Please, Big Ed Mustafa, make your way to the Vile Maw, west and a little north of here, and see if Caldi is still there. It would feel terrible if anything happened to him. If he needs help, give it to him. Off to the channel. Alright, let's see if I can goat it out of here. Yoicks, and away! I think that brawler headed back.
The Lords of Moria have returned! Hear me out, friend, for I have a tale of glory to tell.
Lots of toads. Lots of shiny crystals. Hi, Autopilot. Welcome, welcome. Autopilot is also a LOTRO streamer. If you're not yet following Autopilot, you can left-click on Autopilot's name in chat and throw Autopilot a
The Lords
follow.
of Moria have returned! Perhaps soon we will toast our victory against the Orcs of Moria!
And Eldolith, thank you for the shout out. Of course, Eldolith is also on the LOTRO stream team. If you're not following Eldolith, you should do so immediately or suffer dire consequences, including getting quoted.
And if you're a streamer, you should doubly follow Eldolith because she can like manipulate chat commands telepathically.
Also true. We have a new streamer starting tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Awesome. Where am I going? Oh, I'm on the far end of this deal, aren't I? Well, that's a better way to get in here anyway. Who's the new streamer? Hi, Southern Belle. Welcome, welcome. Primarily a DDO streamer, but he's played LOTRO off and on over the years, so new to streaming LOTRO but not DDO.
It is said that Durin's Bane dwells here, though we have not seen it.
You know, for those of you who are watching this who don't stream LOTRO, we would love to have more LOTRO streamers. I mean, the goal is to have somebody streaming LOTRO 24/7. Doesn't have to be one person, obviously, since you'd eventually drop dead at your computer. But, I gotta go back to the Vile Maw again? Alright, I can do that. Anyway, what the hell was I rambling on about? I kind of view the LOTRO stream team as the best marketing that we can do for Turbine at this point. LOTRO's a great game, but it's an old game. They don't have a marketing budget for it anymore. And, you know, when people see us playing LOTRO on Twitch, it's a way to let people know that A, the game exists, B, that it's still going strong, C, that it's still fun to play. And whether or not you're part of the LOTRO stream team, just by streaming LOTRO, whether it's in your own channel or the LOTRO stream channel, or even if you sneak it into the Peggle channel once in a while, you know, it lets people know that LOTRO is around, that LOTRO is still a valid choice for gaming, and, you know, people pop into chat, we tell them about the game, we tell them where they can download it, we give them helpful hints. And I don't think we get a lot of new people in LOTRO because we're streaming it, but we do get some. And, you know,
The Day of the Dwarves is
it's like
coming.
Fabergé organic shampoo. You know, if they tell two friends and then those two friends tell two friends, eventually
Welcome to Khazad-dûm.
we'll be able to replace
Stay
the
and
folks
speak
that,
with me a
you know,
moment.
have been in for a
Oh,
while and
glorious day.
kind of lose
We shall
interest or
soon
wander off to
restore
newer,
Moria.
shinier games. So, streaming LOTRO isn't just for fun, it's also a mission. One I would welcome any of you to also undertake. Defeat the Watcher. Yeah, I probably didn't need to tag that. Maybe we'll go. Talk to the 21st Hall.
So in case you didn't catch that, your homework this week is to study OBS and become a streamer.
Yep. And if you're streaming LOTRO, I can promise you any of the other LOTRO streamers will be happy to help you get set up and started. In fact, I'll volunteer Eldolith right now to help everybody with their Moobots, for she is Mistress of Moobot. I would not be as useful with the advice, but I can at least tell you which Diet Cola will be the most crisp and refreshing to drink while you're streaming. I can clear that up for you in fairly short order. So if you have any interest in streaming at all and you're thinking, I don't know if I could do it, it's quite doable. And you should give it a try. And it's fun and you get to meet new people. You know, it's crazy to think just as little as 6 months ago I didn't even really know Ninth Pawn all that well. And now I'm getting ready to ask him if he'll donate a kidney to me. And I don't even really need one. I just want to see if he'll give it up. So, you know, it's a great way to meet new people.
Well, at least you asked first. Alabama just took it.
Yeah. All up told Ninth Pawn he just wanted to hang out and watch the game. And so the next thing Ninth Pawn knew, he woke up in a bathtub full of ice with his cell phone taped to his hand.
Yeah, and of the 3 times that has happened to me, that was the scariest.
Eventually you'll quit falling for that trick. Hey Redwine, how's it going? Redwine Fire is another LOTRO streamer. You can left click on his name and throw him a follow immediately. Also a great guy. Redwine also streams Ark quite a bit, which is a very cool survival crafting game. In fact, it's, I'm going to go ahead and say it. In my opinion, Ark is a lot better than No Man's Sky. Because there's more stuff to do in game, and it's not quite so repetitive, and... Yep, that's not the one I want to go in. Redwine Fire has spent a lot of time in Ark and is very good at it. I enjoy watching his streams. He does all kinds of crazy stuff all the time that I didn't even know you could do in Ark until I saw him doing it. He's got like these movable barges that he builds, and he goes around and pumps oil and gets all kinds of advanced technology and tames dinosaurs and rides around on pterodactyls, and he's got giant beavers he can ride, and it's a lot of fun to watch. But he also plays LOTRO and streams LOTRO occasionally.
May Durin return soon to his halls. If we are to find Mithril in Khazad-dûm, we will first have to deal with the orcs. We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion.
These halls will be great once more.
I gotta sell some junk.
Did you need something?
I needed some pack space, but thanks for asking. So Redwine spends a lot of time either streaming overnight or during the day. I was convinced for a while that you never sleep, Redwine, but I watch his stream from work in the morning a lot of the times. So if you're like me and you're sitting in some godforsaken cubicle just praying that a comet comes and hits the earth to put you out of your misery, you know, just go watch Redwine Fire stream and it won't seem so bad. scales, goblin kneecapper, chunks of stuff. And I think Mrs. Mustafa's home. Mrs. Mustafa was out shooting high school football pics earlier tonight. Guardian's Mace, 53rd level. Couldn't trash that. Dagger, 53rd level. We'll trash that. Champion's Ruin. Don't need that. Hi, how's the football game?
We won.
Congratulations.
I ate part of your quesadilla. It's pretty yummy.
All right.
Anybody watching you?
Nobody's watching me, honey.
Really?
Really. Stream's basically unwatchable.
Alright.
Welcome home. Glad you guys won.
That's too far. They need to make all the football games like 2 feet from their place.
Talk to the foreman, restore the paddles. Yeah, defeating the Watcher won't be happening anytime soon. Don't think I'm going to go solo that. Fighting slime with slime.
Dwarves must fight for dwarves.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Or let me catch up with chat. Oh, you guys got chatty. Sweet meteor of death. Lady Gun and Bell and Dora say hello, Mrs. Mustafa. As does Southern Belle, who waved at you. And Hunzai. Area event with fireworks tonight. Who is shooting off fireworks tonight?
Bellevue East High School.
Oh, Bellevue East High School, which was where my wife was shooting pictures.
And it was really, really loud. Woo!
She only shoots them with a camera, Lady Gun. It's not a true safari. Plus, I'm the only person my wife is normally violent towards. It's best if my wife doesn't know there's actually people watching. She just thinks I'm talking to imaginary friends. Zedriador wants to know the best questing zone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully the fireworks didn't scare Nico. Hey, Maiden of Rohan's on. Zedriador, if I'm getting ready for Moria, I like to quest in Forakel. And it can be a little bit of a pain to learn the first time through, but the reason I like it is there's lots and lots of quests to get you up to level if you need levels. And the other thing is the Ice Reeve mines are there, and you can get first age relics to help you get kindred with Thorin's Hall, because you're going to want to go to Thorin's Hall and buy a Thorin's Hall prized goat before you go into Moria, because you can't ride horses in Moria, only goats. And the Thorin's
Hello,
Hall...
Maiden of Rohan.
And Ninth Pond says hello. But the Thorin's Hall prized goat is probably the best goat you can get before you go into Moria, unless you got one of the festival goats. Man. Ninth Pond, what's your favorite questing area before Moria? Do you like Angmar, the Misty Mountains, or Forakel best?
I'm a fan of Angmar. Not everybody is, but I like it.
It's a cool area to quest, but I get frustrated because it just feels like eventually you can't complete any of the quest lines because they all end up in Fellowship. You have to group up.
Yeah, that's true, but if you do have a good group with you, you can bang it out pretty quick.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that'd be a fun way to do it. I usually end up just running out of quests I can do, and then I just go hunt Angmarim until I get kindred with the North Council. Pulling the, what is it, war dispatches?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Taking a lot of damage for a Guardian. I'm probably a bit behind the curve on equipment. This is a long neglected character that I dusted off just for tonight's stream. And I'm probably not a very good Guardian because I don't play the class that often. I try to play all of the classes except for Bjorning. Not that there's anything wrong with Bjorning, I just don't have one.
I like the Bjorning for grinding TP because they can get out of the intro area a lot quicker than other characters.
Well, that's good to know. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they have their own unique intro area, is that correct?
Yes, and it's a pretty quick one to get through. Once you know what you're doing, you can get out of it in like 8 or 9 minutes, maybe 10. You just gotta wait for the people to talk.
Okay. Let's go talk to the foreman. I think we're just about done with the waterworks. Which, to be perfectly honest, will not disappoint me.
It's getting old.
Yeah. Oh, I mentioned Forakel earlier. The one thing that bugs me about that region, as much as I like questing there, I don't know why, there's trees all over the place. You should be able to pull black ashwood, and there's no wood anywhere in the entire region. If you're up there with a forester or a woodworker, there's no crafting materials to pick up anywhere in the entire zone. And
That is odd.
that sort of sucks.
But we
And
have
I
heard
suppose,
no word from him.
you know, I mean, they'd make the claim that it's like, well, that's because, you know, the Losoth burn all the wood to keep alive. And it's like, really? Well, they're building sleds with it, and they need stakes for this and that, but there's trees all over the place. Why is there no wood laying on the ground? So I always get frustrated when I go up there with a woodworker. And you kind of have to run the area a couple times so you get a feel for the quest flows. Otherwise, if you pick up a quest and then you have to go back later to pick up another quest, you'll end up wearing out a horse riding back and forth across the landscape. But if you know how it all flows together, and if you pick up a quest, you know to wait till you get another quest to go run them both, so you can kind of combine the trips, then it's actually pretty fun, and there's tons of stuff to see and do. They've got those 4 control point areas, and lots of rep items you can collect, and lots of Slayer deeds, and good night, Southern Belle. was weird. Ooh, a piece of Kazad Skarn.
May Durin return soon to his halls.
Those are nice shoulders.
Let everybody know that I will be watching Murder, She Wrote.
Okay. They'd expect nothing less. Mrs. Mustafa has just retrieved a cold, refreshing, icy cold Coke Zero for me, and she asked me to inform all of you that she's going to go watch Murder, She Wrote. Oh, while editing pictures, no less. Way to multitask.
I understand. Of the two, I find Angela Lansbury to be a little more entertaining.
Between me and her?
Yes, certainly.
So does my wife.
I mean, you're not bad, but you're no Angela Lansbury.
Well, she is a star of stage and screen. And she can sing like no teapot before her, so she's got that going for her.
And if she were to start streaming, that would be a stream. That would be a stream right there.
That would be a stream. Oh, there they are. Alright, what the heck can I sell? That can go. I guess that's enough for now. I thought I still had to talk to somebody up at the cellar. Yep, there it is. Rotting cellar, then 21st hall. Maiden of Rohan just got her new desk, photography lights for streaming. They are pretty awesome. I take it that's going to be for crafting streams. Just encountered an NPC as I was taking a stable horse. And we're swimming, and we're swimming. My dad says to stay away from that minstrel because no good will come of it. Can you believe that? Oh yeah, I've seen that text before. I have not seen The Court Jester with Danny Kaye. Which is odd. I actually enjoy watching old movies. I remember when AMC used to show old movies before Turner Classic Movies bought them all.
Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night, but thanks for the stream.
Well, no problem. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me, Ninth Pawn.
Oh, no problem at all. And Maiden Rohan said she would love to hop into Discord with you, so you'll have somebody to replace me.
Yeah, I'm sure she said that.
She said it without saying it, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Good night, Bellandora.
I can finally pick up the mail that Nettlebrew sent me. That's something. Oh, and we can do task turn-ins. It's all starting to come together.
The House of Durin will live forever!
Let's see what we got here. Barbed claws, check. Spotted skin, check. Creepy filth, absolutely. One of these groups I'm done with, and one of them I am not. I should probably figure it out. Where are... Here we go. So I'm finished with the guards, I just need rep with the miners. So let's take a look at tasks. Make sure that I cancel anything that gives me guard rep. Miners, miners. Okay. Polished sheaths. Got charming sheaths. Now I got polished scales. I got charming. And barbed claws. Yeah, I didn't think I had polished sheaths. I do not. One of the nice things about canceling them is when you go back into the menu board, it'll already show that as timed out, so you won't accidentally pick it again. Maybe I'm just the only one with short-term memory loss, and nobody else has to do that. I'm at 9. I can do 4 more. Barbed claws? Yep. Charming sheaths. Nope. See, now when I go back in here, charming sword sheaths are down here, so I know not to accidentally pick it again. Polished scales. Creepy filth. We got some experience, we got some item experience, we managed to ding the bell, and on top of
The
everything
day
else,
of the dwarves is coming.
I got rid of enough stuff it opened up a pack slot. Well, now why would... Never mind. What's on sale right now? Is it still pack space? It is like the Walton's Lady Gun all the time. We're very friendly here. Attack damage, combat, regeneration food, stat tomes. All useful items. I was thinking about spending some money on milestone skills, but I'll wait till they're on sale. Task limit reached. Well, Maiden, before you hopped in the stream, we were talking earlier about the fallacy that real men don't eat quiche. I was suggesting that quiche Lorraine might be the most manly dish ever created. First of all, it's pie. Guys love pie. And then it's pie with scrambled eggs, bacon, caramelized onion, and cheddar cheese. All ingredients that guys love. I can't think of a more manly dish than quiche Lorraine. So, if you usually like to chat food, I'm going to throw it out there just to get your opinion. I think a real man would be nuts to pass up a big old slice of quiche Lorraine. Exactly.
If we are to find Mithril in Khazad-dûm, we will first have to deal with the orcs.
Oh, there's still one here to fight. Yeah. There we go. We got the goop. Just wondering how far back this goes. Hi, Telerian. Is there some name for my community, Big Ed? Non-viewers? Yeah. The Imaginary Friends is probably as good a name as any, since I'm always telling my wife nobody's watching. Yeah, I don't really have a nickname like Arethar's Army or other folks. Maybe we'll have to come up with something, put it to a vote.
Dwarves must fight for dwarves.
Sufferers of Basic Cable, that might be a good one. Did I miss a turn? Nope, there's the camp up ahead.
We have seen naught of Durin's bane. Be wary if you journey into Moria.
Many foul things dwell in the depths of the mountains. I fear the orcs will be the least of our troubles. Many foul things dwell in the depths of the mountains. I fear the orcs will be the least of our troubles.
No mail, no LOTRO Stable Master. Alright, well at least I tagged the quests. I'll come back later. I want to check in at the 21st Hall, get the mail that I forgot to get when I was in the rotting cellar. Yeah, the 40 thieves are always imaginary. Ooh, it's a dead end. Well, make sure that your daughter doesn't feed Smog or you'll never get rid of him. He'll always be around the house begging for food. I appreciate y'all coming out on your Friday night and hanging out with me here on the stream. Hopefully you're all also playing LOTRO. Or you might be like Mrs. Mustafa and keeping one eye on the stream while you're watching Murder, She Wrote reruns. There's nothing wrong with that. The Dolven View. I don't know. I probably need another slot or two. 8 and 9-year gift boxes. Alright, well I guess I can mail some stuff off to create room. Pink salt. Moria rep stuff I can't use. And that turtle shell. Gloriana is my lore master, and I think she's almost ready for Moria herself, so we'll get her some rep. Yeah, Log Squad, Shinies, etc. We could call ourselves Mustafa's Minions. Imaginary viewers. We could come up with a name that's Coke Zero related. You did the right thing, It's a Paul. Don't let anybody tell you different. Okay, let's see what goodies I got. Nice. Thank you very much, Nettle Brew. I will put all of that to very good use, I promise. Stable Masters over here.
May Doreen return soon to his halls.
Off for the 21st haul, which is good. That means I get to eat the Mexican food my wife brought me. First up is whatever she left me from the chicken and cheese quesadilla. Very tasty. Good night, Lady Gun. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. A social eating stream, always. Let's see what's under wrapper number 2. It looks like more quesadilla. Which is okay, because I was like, oh, that quesadilla was pretty good. I could eat more of that. Who knew there was actually more quesadilla waiting for me?
dwarves must fight for dwarves.
Wow. I've apparently done lots of good things that I forgot about. Who knew? Alright. Hopefully there's a
Greeting,
fishing pole
friend.
in this
Are you
vault.
lost?
Fishing pole, fishing pole. Doggone it. No fishing pole. That makes me sad. How can I have a character with no fishing pole? I feel ashamed. Hmm. An elf steel-bound lockbox. Loot box. Are we stocked for keys? Well, I do have 5 of them. Alright, let's crack open the loot box and see what we get. Probably nothing good. Have the worst luck with these. We got a tome of continuing mark acquisition and 10 universal ingredient packs. Wow. Now I feel sad. I'm kind of empty inside and I kind of want to cry. We'll put the rest of the keys back. If anybody else at home has any snacks, feel free to dine alongside of me. Remember the 3 keys to being a successful Twitch streamer, especially for LOTRO. You want to fish on stream, you want to craft on stream, preferably farming if you can, because that's the most fascinating of all of the crafting trees. And then you want to actually eat food while you're on camera, because people love that. It makes them feel relaxed, like you're welcoming them into your kitchen or dining room.
It is said that Durin's bane dwells here, though we have not seen it.
Of what help may I be to you?
You will be of little help at all. So I guess working on legendaries kind of counts as...
If it were not for the prospect of finding Mithril, I would not have come here.
This is sort of like crafting. Only maybe even more boring because nothing useful comes from it. Hi, Fidget73. Yeah, your text is showing up clear as day. Congratulations on the trout, Hunzi. How's the darter group coming? Well, if you're only missing one sturgeon, you're almost home. Did you catch your 50-pound salmon yet? I got my 50-pound salmon while I was trying to get my last sturgeon, so they often come hand in hand. One of my favorite things to do while I'm sitting here grinding up all of these relics is watch my bank account dwindle, because it costs money every time I click the button. I got a mysterious rune of deflection. It's probably my only level 7. Yep, I don't even have enough to auto combine. That was super fun. Bye, Bellendora. Have a good night. Well, Fidget, I believe Eldolith, oh, we were just posting that I was streaming. Okay, never mind. Well, you're here now, Fidget, and you're amongst friends. I promise nobody will be mean to you as long as Alapenya's in the chat, because we'll be mean to him instead. So what else we got queued up here? Unwholesome odor.
These halls will be great once more.
Hi, Dr. Bezer. Welcome to the stream. Well, unfortunately, Fidget, you'd have to be invited into my personal Discord channel. Well, just come by my personal channel sometime. I'll get you invited in. Love having new folks to chat with. Matter of fact, Hunzai and I just started chatting a few days ago, and he was nice enough not to make fun of my ridiculous American accent, so I've had really good luck chatting with folks. Always enjoy meeting new LOTRO players. That's part of the fun of streaming. It's a great player community. Dr. Mezzer, did you used to play LOTRO? Have you not been on in a while? Seriously, Fidget, just throw me a follow on my personal stream, and you can come by and we'll chat, and I'll get you into Discord, and you can test your headset out, and all kinds of good stuff. Played with Vanilla to Helm's Deep, left after update 16. Well, Rohan and Western Rohan were nice. But I have to say they've done a really spectacular job. They added Gondor in 3 different sections, east, central, and west. Dol Amroth is beautiful. Then they added Old Anorian and Far Anorian, so there's 5 new zones you haven't seen, plus Minas Tirith and Osgiliath and Dol Amroth. Minas Tirith and Dol Amroth are beautiful, and Osgiliath is horrible and beautiful. It's a sacked city that the forces of Mordor have basically overrun and destroyed, and it's littered with corpses and burning buildings. But at the same time, I mean, it's really graphically intense, and there's lots of fighting and quests to be had. Some of the newest content is really some of the best stuff Turbine's ever done. Game's going strong, a lot of fun things to see and do. I am enjoying it. Give or take the Minas Tirith rep dailies that I've been having to grind on with my champion. Yeah, it can be kind of tough if you don't know anybody, Fidget. You kind of have to meet them first, and then hang out and chat a little bit, and eventually you'll get invited into Discord. I mean, I can't really give out my Discord channel here because, of course, I'm on LOTRO stream, and I don't want anybody popping onto Discord and just randomly blurting out nonsense or swear words or something. We always try to keep it classy here at LOTRO stream. What's your highest level character, Fidget? What server do you normally play on? I'm playing Crick Hollow at the moment, and there's somebody spamming in world chat right now, looking for somebody to join them in Pelargir for the 6-man instance. Loreline. Well, I haven't done that book quest in a long time, Eldolith. Got a couple of characters that are stuck on Book 8, Chapter 1, where you have to start going out and doing some of the Fellowship stuff in Angmar. Matter of fact, I think that's where Little Ed's at with the book quest. Since I can't get enough burglars to show up to go doing group stuff. Also, I want to throw a request out there. I thought it would be fun to fish the Black Pool. If anybody is on Crick Hollow and they can mail me a fishing pole, I would be very grateful. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up popping back to the Shire and getting a fishing pole. I may show you guys my favorite fishing hole in Eriador. It's a terrific, there's 2 areas like this in the Shire. I might show you guys one tonight. To the best of my knowledge, there is not a hobby master in all of Moria. So I don't think I can get a fishing pole here. I will have to exit, which is problematic because I don't have... Where am I at? Ishadaragian is my nearest tie. That's not bad though. Just a little bit of a ride to get back to Moria. Oh, Fidget got timed out. Didn't see that coming. Vlad Faker, thanks for following LOTRO stream. Glad to have you aboard.
How can I be of service?
The Shire.
Good day.
A couple of the moderators thought Fidget was spanning chat excessively. Olip had asked him to kind of relax and let everybody chat, not just him. So I was kind of hoping to get him tuned to a more positive direction, but didn't seem like that was happening. Didn't request that he get banned, but understand why it happened. Hopefully Fidget will come back by when he's in a better mood and or maybe visit a personal stream, and we'll be able to hang out and have more positive interactions. This is only like my second bottle so far tonight since I started streaming.
I'm pleased to be of service.
Okay, so I promised to reveal to you guys one of my favorite fishing holes in all of Middle-earth. I am riding there now. I knew what you meant, all up. So if you're like Telerian and you like to get all of your characters up to 200 fishing, this is a great place to start out. Because really until you get your fishing skill above about 50 or so, you're just going to mostly catch junk anyway. There are some trophy fish you can get very early on, but nothing too spectacular. This is it, just a little bit ahead. You guys all know where I'm at. This is Old Odo's leaf farm over here. And if you keep riding east towards Woodhall, you will come across a little pond. And one of the things that's interesting about this little pond is you'll notice that even though I haven't dropped a fishing line in yet, you can actually already see fish in the water. Over here, there's one swimming around. There's a fish stuck in the water, there's a fish. And if you can actually see the fish, the fishing's going to be pretty lively. So instead of having to wait for 20 or 30 seconds for a fish to bite, they're usually on it right away. Of course, since I'm bragging up this spot, it'll probably be ice cold tonight, but we'll see what kind of results I get. I have no idea what Big Ed Mustafa's fishing skill is at, so we'll see what we get here. Boom, rusty dagger. See, that's a sign of a great fishing spot. Bitterling. Bitterling. Weeds. Minnow. Minnow. I got a dace. And the good news for Olapenya is he doesn't have any characters on Crick Hollow, so I can't mail him the dace. Oh, okay, that ain't bad. Fishing increased to 72. I've actually done some fishing on Big Ed before. Who knew? Well, that explains why the new fishing levels aren't rolling in. Generally, the game rewards you for fishing in more dangerous fishing areas by giving you fishing skill points faster. If you're in town or in a relatively safe area like this, where, you know, I'm fishing in a beginner's fishing area, but I've got 72 fishing skill, then you generally won't get fishing rep increase quite as fast or skill. That was another bitterling. So the action in this area, though, is about twice as fast as what you'll get in most fishing zones. So if you come here with a character that you're just starting to fish with, you'll be able to pull fish twice as fast as normal, or maybe 50% faster. I haven't put a stopwatch to it. I just know this is a good place to fish. And swim, apparently. Is that Ostguruth? No. That's interesting. Bree, Wardens of Anuminous, Forakel, hasn't finished with the Elgane. Well, lots of areas to clean up rep with. Lots of work to do on guild rep too. Well, I'm glad I dusted this guy off. He needs some work. Chat has gone eerily quiet since Ullip commented on my soda consumption. I've only killed a single wolf. Oh no, that's for Slayer Advanced. Okay. I have a feeling Guardians are probably a lot like burglars. I'll bet they're not very fun to go finish deeds with, particularly Slayer deeds. Good night, Red Wine. I am out of room. How did that happen? Again, if you just came to chat recently, remember Red Wine Fire is also a LOTRO streamer. Feel free to throw him, Alapenya, Maiden of Rohan, or Eldolith all a follow. You can just left-click on their name in the chat, and it'll pull up a dialog box that'll let you throw them a follow. All of them are great streamers, all of them deserve it, and I promise you'll enjoy watching them if you haven't seen them before. We'll burn the Scroll of Finesse, because I need pack space. Can't believe it got filled up that fast just from that junk. Oh well. Not gonna worry about the lime so much. Back to Ikad Dunan. And riding into the Holland Gate. Will still count as Aragian crow kills. Good to know. Hmm. It's interesting. Both of those legendary items have all red line legacies on them. Makes them very handy for me who's running red line, but I don't see that very often. I'm not gonna lie, I want to fish the black pool really badly, and I don't have the pack space, and it's killing me. I will sell some stuff.
You will find no better craftsmen than Durin's folk.
Why am I not wearing those? Much better. Okay. Where the heck was I? That's one of the things I always forget to do. You get used to just keeping all of your morale potions, and you forget to look at them, and after a while you got stuff that's 30 levels below you. Not only will you probably not use it, you don't want to use it. Because if you actually need a morale potion, you don't want to be picking something that's that low a level. We have 58th. 58th. Put that on the toolbar, in fact. And guess what? Now I can go fish. Yep. So excited I jumped up there, I got right back off. What's funny is I don't think the fishing is any better here tonight than what I was pulling in the Shire. I'm not really destroying them as much as I am just throwing them back. As far as you know. I did get fishing up to 73 so far. That's exciting. Alright, well, we've made sure that I fished on the LOTRO stream, so we're good to go there. We'll go ahead and park Big Ed Mustafa back inside. And since you guys are so nice to stick around, and it's after 1 o'clock Eastern when I'm scheduled to log off, we'll do a little bit of bonus streaming, maybe with something a little more exciting. I am going to run my dailies with Galandriel on Arkenstone. So, let us exit Crick Hollow and I will switch servers. Have you run out of Murder, She Wrote to watch, honey, or are you watching it now?
Huh?
Are you watching Murder, She Wrote?
No. I'm watching Mel Brooks.
Okay. She says she's watching Mel Brooks
I watched
now.
2 episodes of Murder, She Wrote.
Okay. And we're switching. And we're switching. Still, I just feel pretty good about getting the Crick Hollow character line dusted off for a change. Hey, look, it's LOTRO. Who'da thunk? Task limit reached. If I accomplish nothing else tonight, I have gotten rid of 100 shattered spears. So that is exciting. Now, I was talking before about what's with the field trip? Doggone travel screen. I was going to make the comment that I commented earlier about how beautiful Minas Tirith is and how great some of the new regions are that they've added. This is a perfect shining example coming up here. Let me see. I can get TeamSpeak up.
Connected. Channel switched.
Hi, Brannick. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
How goes it?
Good. We are on LOTRO stream right now, chatting, so if you use any profanity, try not to use English.
I'm afraid English is the only language I can speak. I could maybe write some code in a programming language, but I don't know how to speak that.
When the time comes to fight,
aside from in English.
we'll be ready.
All right.
We
Well, if
can
you do
only
accidentally
hope that
go
the
ahead and
Rohirrim
drop a
will
couple of
arrive
four-letter
before it's
words,
too late.
since I'm the one streaming, nobody's
Is this
watching.
your
It
first
shouldn't make a
time in
difference.
Minas Tirith? Shame you
Great,
couldn't
so I can
see
cut.
it better days.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody'll mind. Anyway, yeah, like I was just typing, we were doing some Guardian stuff in Moria, and just thought I'd switch it up.
Yeah, I saw that. I was in the middle of typing a reply when I heard you get on TeamSpeak. I am not watching your stream. This week I was going to attempt to actually wait here and watch the screen in case somebody came by.
That's okay. That's totally cool. There are literally...
But I was also considering just giving up entirely. 'Cause this might be my last free weekend for a while. I'm going to be working 7 days a week, so I kind of want to have some fun and do something.
Well, I've got characters ranging from 50th to level cap. If you want to do some stuff, we can. If you want to wait for more folks, you can sure do that. I have the whole rest of my life to finish my Minas Tirith dailies, so...
No, that's up to you. Like, when it comes to field trip stuff, I care mostly about the socializing, you know, the chatting on TeamSpeak and whatnot. It's kind of, I don't know, like a club or something, and it's fun. I don't know how many of the field trips you've been to, but I tend to be pretty laid back about what I'm involved in actually doing. I'm just kind of, whatever. If I can help with something, I'll do my best. Otherwise, I'm just there to socialize and have a good time with people and make sure everybody there is having a good time.
Cool.
If you want to do a skirmish or something, we can certainly do that. But I don't really think I'm in the middle of anything quest-wise, aside from the epic, which I don't plan on getting into tonight.
Yeah, all the stuff I've been working on is like super boring. Minas Tirith dailies are like the most exciting thing, if you can believe that.
I've never been to Minas Tirith, so I don't know.
Oh, well, I've got my hunter going around trying to clean up a bunch of old Slayer deeds that she missed on her way up. I've got a couple of characters that are right around 50th. I'm trying to get ready to enter Moria. I've got a couple of characters that are in Moria. Actually, some Moria instances might be fun, but we'd at least need a third person.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a help I'd be. I'm not that familiar with most of the instances in the game.
I actually went through and ran them solo just to get familiar with the content, so... Plus, I'm pretty famous for taking everybody out and getting us all killed, as long as you're up for that.
Oh, I don't care.
I missed my calling. I should have been the leader of a doomsday cult, but... Instead, I take it out.
Since I'm not at the stream, who's in chat that I might recognize? Who are the regulars?
Let's see who's all in chat. We have Eldalith.
Hi, Elda.
She's probably just monitoring from afar. Chromite is here. Hunzi, Dr. Mezer, Demay the Real, Aegea, It's a Paul, Kidneys 04, Niran Wolf, Shadrain 90, Telerian, TXTSD, Wolgi 77, and Zinger. Zinger has been surprisingly quiet all night.
Well, hello, Zinger. Sometimes he is quiet, and sometimes he actually speaks. He does. It's true.
Well, he's usually good for some chat comments.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't really recognize anyone else that you listed, but it sounds like there's a lot of people there, so hello, chat.
Yeah. Everybody in chat, say hi to Brannick. Hi, Brannick.
I'm guessing it's probably Wait Night LOTRO. I don't think it's going to work out unless people just haven't heard about it enough or something.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a few attempts to get something going.
Well, I mean, the only thing is I can't really be at the field trips anymore.
Yeah.
Because I work during those hours, so I was trying to find a time slot so I could start a second one, maybe. Because I thought maybe there were some listeners who also couldn't make our normal time slot, so, well, why not have another one? But this is probably too late for a lot of people.
Is this your first time?
Well, it's pretty early for the European players, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Folks are on.
Well,
time comes to fight.
It's probably either too late or too early. One or the
first
other.
time in Minas Tirith. Shame you couldn't.
But it's
see
after
it in
work
better
for me,
days.
so.
I hear you.
We can only hope that
The way to do it
Narohiri
is you
will
just get one or
arrive
two
before
other
it's too
people to
late.
go along with
Is
it,
this your
and
first
you make
time
up
in
some
Minas
crazy
Tirith?
story about how super fun it was
Shame
and all
you
the
couldn't see
crazy
it in
stuff you
better
did,
days.
and then like
The
the next
enemies
week
of
or
men
two people
approach.
start showing up.
I hope you are prepared.
No, because that sounds an awful
time
lot
comes
like
to
lying.
fight,
So the way to do it is to actually get people
we
to,
can only hope
like,
that Narohiri
show up, get two
will
or three
arrive
people,
before it's
and
too
actually
late.
have fun.
Well, that works too.
And then on the podcast, we can talk about how much fun we had.
Fair enough.
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith?
I don't know. Sans Window was here last week.
Shame
and
you
that was
couldn't
awesome.
see it in better
Oh yeah, I
days.
wanted to
Chatted a
congratulate
bit.
you on adding not only San Swinda but Mortumbra too. Both great additions to the
Awesome.
podcast.
Yeah, thank you. I I think they're gonna help a lot, especially since I'm probably not going to be able to be there for every episode anymore. So more help is always a good thing. Well, I guess it's not always a good thing. If we had 20 hosts, that wouldn't work.
Well, being able to rotate some people in and out, and Mort's very knowledgeable about the game, and I thought he just fit right in with everybody else, and was a nice addition. And Sanswinda, her enthusiasm and all the questions she has, I mean, it's just a perfect source for endless material for the podcast. I think both of them are going to be great additions for you.
Yeah, I think so too. But it's nice to hear someone else thinks so. So that's all.
It was one of those things that it's like, oh, I should send in an email and mention that, and then I'm like, yeah, I got to go get ready to stream. So this worked out well, I got to tell you, in person.
And stream.
And stream. And mention to all of the streamers, as long as you're on, let's go ahead and plug LOTRO Players Academy. When do you guys stream live? Or broadcast live, I should say.
Well, the LOTRO Academy podcast is technically always pre-recorded.
Oh, okay.
But for the last episode of the month, we have a separate podcast called After School. LOTRO Academy After School, which is our live broadcast once a month. I guess we're doing it Saturdays now, so it'll be the last Saturday of the month. And it's just audio.
Right.
But that's kind of a replacement for the longest running segment on LOTRO Academy, which, ran through, I don't know how long we've been doing this, 6 years? Most of those 6 years, from the very first episode on, we always started with Last Week in LOTRO, which is sort of what we've been up to in game segment. And they got quite a bit longer over time until more than half the episode was just Last Week in LOTRO. So eventually with 2016, I started kind of making a bunch of changes to how the show is organized and stuff, trying to figure some things out with it and get on track with scheduling, because in 2015 we got way off schedule, missed a lot of episodes and things like that. So just trying to get it better organized, and part of that was basically replacing the Last Week in LOTRO segment with a separate episode in order to basically test the live broadcast format. So that's what the After School episodes are. Now, it's possible we might later do regular episodes live, but the problem with that is, due to the nature of the show, sometimes we have to do research and things like that. So I don't know. But the way the current editing is, there's almost none, starting with the episode that I just posted about, 10 minutes ago. There's almost no editing to it, because I don't have time to do it anymore, especially since I'm going to be working 7 days a week. So I do my prep work, basically, where I remove the background noise and, truncate the silence.
Bleep out your swear words.
Well, and level it, but no, I don't do any bleeping. That's the thing. I don't have the time to go through and actually edit it. So if someone swears, well, it's in there unless I have a timestamp to go to where I know where it's at and can catch it early. Otherwise, it's just going to show up. That's going forward. That's how it's going to be. So we have to be aware of that now when we record, which we never used to be before. And I enjoyed that freedom.
Well, Eldolith and Hunzai and Chromite all say howdy. And
well,
Chromite
howdy
says,
to all of them.
Chromite says this is West Coast prime time, don't exclude us. So, I guess we just need to recruit more West Coast players, and you'll have people to run with on Friday nights.
Maybe. Maybe that's what we need. Seems like we do have a lot of people on the East Coast and in the Midwest. I think what it is everybody on the West Coast is just out having too much fun to want to be here.
That could be.
I mean, when I lived in California, that's that's where I would live right now if I could. If I could live anywhere that I've lived, and I've lived in a lot of the country, I liked it there the best. It's just too expensive and I can't afford it. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. But Yeah, there's always so much to do out there. It's no wonder that they're busy doing something else and having fun.
Makes it hard to keep a football team in Los Angeles because everybody's got other stuff to go do.
I I mean, I like football, but I don't like NFL football. I like soccer. So,
And there's nothing wrong with that.
no, there's nothing wrong with liking NFL either. There's just nothing wrong with liking anything. You like what you like. Oddly enough, it was video games that got me interested in soccer. I learned the mechanics playing Striker 96 for the Sega Saturn.
Cool. Well, we were talking a couple weeks ago about the original FIFA for 3DO and how groundbreaking it was at the time. So
Yeah, that was a 3DO game I never actually played.
yeah, it was miles beyond anything else that had been released up until then.
Oh, I'm
Really
sure.
good.
I mean, I've played a lot of the early FIFAs. You know, like I said, I played Striker 96, and I compare that to, like, I think it's either FIFA 97 or 98 that I have for the Saturn. And yeah, there's a huge difference. You know, you can choose what league you want to play in and all these teams. You know, nothing like today as far as, you know, the amount that you can choose from and whatnot. But, you know, for the time, compared to all the other soccer games on the market, at least here in the States, I'm sure there were more options in Europe, but, you know, it was a big difference. Until we started getting the Winning 11 series, which actually gave it some competition for a long time, which is now the Pro Evolution series, by the way.
I remember a European import on the Jaguar called Sensible Soccer. It
Oh
didn't
yeah,
go
that was actually an Amiga game, and that was super popular in like England. I mean, so was the Amiga. I mean, most people here in the U.S. don't even know what an Amiga was, but that's the computer I had growing up was an Amiga. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Sensible Soccer.
Well, it was a tough sell on the Atari because of people were so graphic oriented. It was like, oh, the graphics look stupid on this, and it's like it's a great playing soccer game. Trust me.
Yeah, it was all about the gameplay.
Yeah.
Like really tight fluid controls.
They had a really good rally driving game called Power Drive Rally that was sort of top-down isometric. That was a lot of fun.
On what platform?
The Jaguar again.
See, I never had a Jaguar, so I'm not too familiar with the library. I've used one, like a friend had one, and I've played a few games on it. I think I played Alien vs. Predator, and I don't know, I played a few games on it. I never liked the controller. I never wanted one, because I had other consoles at the time that had controllers that were comfortable to use, and you know, had popular games, and you know, by the time I had played one, Jaguar was pretty much, I mean, the Jaguar CD was out, and by that time the Jaguar was pretty much dead anyway.
Oh yeah, it was
So-
never a big system, but I had a fondness for it. I thought Power Drive Rally was probably
Oh, sure.
another European import, so I thought you might have seen it on a different platform.
Possibly. That's actually why I was curious, because I thought it may have been an Amiga game, because it sounds sort of familiar, but I'm not sure. There was a lot of Amiga games that I played back in the day that I got off like bulletin board services that I realize now as an adult were probably not exactly legal ways of getting games, but I didn't know what that stuff was back then. And that was, you know, that wasn't even the internet. That was like Amiga bulletin boards that I had to dial into.
Yeah.
With people sharing files and stuff. So yeah, I don't. There's a lot of those games that I actually really wish I did remember what they were called so that I could find them again, because some of them were really cool. Well, if you want to hang out in TeamSpeak a bit, I will be right back. It's time for me to kick off the weekend with another beer, so I'm going to head to the fridge.
All right. Enjoy Miller time, although I know you're not drinking Miller.
No, but there's nothing wrong with Miller. Drink whatever you like. If you don't like
Exactly.
it, don't drink it. Anyway, be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back. What is your beverage of choice tonight, just out of curiosity?
Tonight I don't have a lot of money to spend, but I wanted better than Miller High Life, so I'm drinking Budweiser.
Am I remembering correctly that Miller used to own Kraft? I think they've since spun them off as a separate
not that
company.
I know of, but I really don't think so. When I went through orientation, they had like a history of things with the company and stuff that they go through
That
because
didn't
they're
come
all
up,
proud
huh?
of it, and I don't remember Miller being mentioned.
Okay.
But it's possible that it just wasn't on the highlights, you know, didn't show up in the highlight reel. I don't know, I have weird issues with Miller. Like, when I want cheap beer, I get Miller High Life because I can get 30 cans for like 15 bucks. And, you know, being unemployed for 6 years, like when I did get beer, like that's what I was looking for. You know, when I could afford to get it, I wanted to be able to enjoy it through the whole week, basically, as opposed to just, you know, like getting a 6-pack of a beer I really like, but like there's my evening and then that's it, you know. But I don't know. Like Miller's all right. And as far as light beers go, like I like Miller Lite better than the other light beers, but I don't like light beer because I don't like being lied to because there's no such thing as light beer. It's diet beer. And the advertising that Miller does really actually does kind of make me mad. Like they had I haven't seen them in a while, but for a long time they were doing those like we invented light beer ads. Like for over a year, they had all these different ads about like how they were the ones that invented light beer. And every single time I saw one of those ads, I just wanted to argue with my TV. Because no, they did not invent light beer. They bought the recipe from the guy who invented it and called it diet beer. All they did was rebrand it. They rebranded diet beer to light beer. I'm hoping I can get some Smittix soon, though. That's my favorite. Maybe in a few weeks, after a couple more paychecks, and I get some things taken care of.
Yeah, it's got to be nice getting caught up, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's taking a lot longer than I expected. Like, my checks are good. I'm making good money, finally, like, for the first time in forever. But at the same time, like, the bills are also catching up faster than I ever expected, and, you know...
Yeah.
Like... And I needed all this stuff for work, you know? Like, my first paycheck, part of it went to buying a nice, comfortable pair of shoes that's not gonna make me limping out at the end of the workday. My second check went to get safety glasses and insoles for those shoes. Needed safety glasses because I wear glasses, and I needed new glasses anyway, but safety glasses are a requirement in the plant. So what I had to do before then was wear these like giant plastic glasses to go over my glasses, which like sat on the very tip of my nose, so they were always about to fall off, and they pinched the hell out of the back of my ears.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, they pinched the bleep out of the back of my ears. So yeah, after
Helen,
week of
Helen
that,
crap
I
are
was
both
like-
completely acceptable terms. No worries
Helen
about
what?
that. Helen crap are both completely acceptable.
Okay. I was always like, when I bleeped episodes, I was always super, super aggressive about what to bleep. When in doubt, bleep it. Which
Not to worry.
leads to some funny conversations, and especially regarding Mist, who it sounds like, you know, in some episodes she's saying things she's not.
Yeah. I was going to
but-
say, I can't remember which late night show. It might have been Conan O'Brien, where they do the unnecessary beeps to change the context of the...
Oh, I've done that. I
Yeah.
did that in an episode of the Dragon Age podcast.
Yeah, and it just makes it sound like you're having the filthiest conversation in the whole world.
Oh, right. Like, I did that, and I was very careful with where I put them in. So I would make it so it literally sounded like I was bleeping out certain things, like certain very vulgar words. But I was really bleeping out completely different phrases in completely different contexts. Yeah, like I had a lot of fun with that. The only problem with that is I didn't save the original recording, so nobody remembers what was originally said anymore.
Yeah, that would be fun to listen to. Sentence by sentence comparisons. That's the filthiest thing I've ever heard. Actually, we were just talking about mounted combat.
Okay.
As an example.
Yeah, I have a lot of cool stories from Dragon Age podcast days, because it was my second podcast that I was a host on, but it was the first one that I was a producer on, and I was a co-founder of it, so I had a lot of, you know, creative freedom, especially when it came to the episodes I was editing and experimenting with and kind of learning how to put together podcasts in the first place. So I tried a lot of crazy things. Unfortunately, most of the stories I can't tell because we cursed an awful lot on that podcast because, well, Dragon Age is rated M for mature, so we figured the intended audience better be able to handle that, and we just didn't censor ourselves. So our conversations went some places.
That'd be fun.
But I mean, honestly, the only reason that I don't curse or anything like that, and bleep it if I do on LOTRO Academy, you know, has nothing to do with, you know, like wanting to be family friendly or anything like that. Because honestly, I don't care. Like, when it comes to like the use of language, I see no problem with it. You say what you want to say, and you know, if you're uncomfortable saying it, or you know it offends a specific person, you know, something like that, then yeah, maybe avoid it. But if it's what you mean to say, then by all means, don't sugarcoat it, you know. But because LOTRO is rated T for teen, I figure the content rating for the podcast should fit that as the target audience.
That's good thinking. I generally try to keep the conversation polite whenever possible. Every once in a while, you'll just have something happen, and it's hard.
But that's
not
the
to
thing.
blurt
There's
out.
a lot of things that, like the FCC would disapprove of on TV or radio, for example, that I don't think are impolite. I don't think cursing in and of itself is impolite in any way. You know, it depends on the context in which it's used, whether it's polite or impolite. But if we keep going down this conversation too long, we'll end up talking a lot about George Carlin, and then we might have some conversations that would be difficult to talk around.
7 words you can't say on TV.
Exactly. He happens to be happened to be my favorite stand-up comedian. Not because he's no longer my favorite, but because he's no longer alive, unfortunately.
Yeah, I particularly like his rant about the American dream.
See, since you're streaming, I can't really tell you all the awesome things that I like because it's George Carlin.
Yeah.
That's my problem with this conversation is now I want to talk about George Carlin and all the awesome things I want to say. I can't.
Well, we'll save it for another conversation then.
Sure.
Well, I was going to mention that Hunziger had brought up a good point too. He's on a completely different East Coast, so maybe Australian players would be good for your late night LOTRO.
I mean, if you're interested in joining, it's on the Arkenstone kinship, you know? It's the whole point of it, or the Arkenstone server, I mean. The whole point of it is just to have, well, we have the Academy kinship, and that's basically just for listeners, you know? It doesn't matter if you're server alts, you know? It doesn't matter what level you are, if it's your primary server or not. Roll up a character on Arkenstone, you can go in the Academy kinship, and because our kinship is primarily made up of server alts, Arkenstone is not necessarily, like probably the majority of our members, Arkenstone is not their primary server. And it's been like that since the very beginning. So because of that, in order to have a time where people can relatively, you know, be assured that if I log on at this time, you know, somebody's going to be there. Yeah, there's people in the kin that play throughout the week at whatever random times, but being a lot of server alt, it's hard to just, you know, randomly run into other people as much as on a more traditional kin, you know?
Sure.
So we, you know, well, we originally called it Wednesday Night LOTROs, or Wednesday Night LOTRO, because it was on Wednesday nights. Then we changed it to Friday nights, but for I think at least a couple of years, we still called it Wednesday Night LOTRO, even though it was on Friday nights. Eventually, like, people didn't even remember the joke anymore. They were just confused as to why we called it Wednesday Night LOTRO when it was on Friday nights. So we rebranded it and kind of had a kinship vote on what we should call it. And we tried to come up with suggestions or nominations that were academy or school related, and Field Trip won out. You know, nobody wanted to be in detention, I guess. So we were the, you know, it became the Field Trip. And Late Night LOTRO is basically the same thing. I'm just trying to start in a different time slot. It's the same night. You know, the Field Trip is earlier today while I was at work. And usually I can at least pop into TeamSpeak for half an hour on my first break. But I can't do anything in-game, and, you know, obviously a lot of that is just listening because other people are doing things in-game. But at least I get to hang out with, you know, the friends that I've made and our regulars who do show up from week to week.
Yeah, I kind of count myself lucky being able to at least monitor chat and pop in a little bit now and then from work, but it's tough. I thought I'd be able to make more of the afternoon field trips on Fridays, but right about the time I joined the kin, it was like, oh good, we've got a nice uptick in work. So that's made it kind of tough.
Yeah, I can see that.
I work in a data center, and like our server administrators, they'll blow stuff off all week, and then Friday afternoon rolls around, and they'll kick it back to hardware engineering for something, and they'll wait till like 4 o'clock on a Friday. So like they don't expect us to actually do anything. They just want to be able to tell their boss on Monday morning, yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I kicked it
The
back to
enemies of
hardware and
men
we haven't heard
approach.
back from them yet.
I hope you are prepared.
So they
Wow.
can give us the old, well, follow up on it and let us know where they're at with that. So.
Yeah, I'm just glad I have a good job now, making good money. It's not like it's the best job in the world, but I mean, it's more pay than I've gotten before. And it's, you know, in this town, it's one of the most reputable places you can work, so it's fairly job secure, which especially as a temp is kind of hard to find. So.
Yeah. That's one of the nice things about working for the company you do. Everybody's still going to need food, no matter what the economy does. So.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much cheese I see every day. you, you have no idea.
I can't even imagine.
Like, I'm a feeder now, so I'm at the beginning of, like, I do shredded cheese now. For my first 3 weeks, I was basically a case packer for chunk side. So I was doing like um, the blocks of cheese that you'd buy in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was making those and weighing them and testing them and doing all this other stuff. Like there's a ton of stuff you have to do in that job because that's an upgrade job. Job I'm at now that I've been trained on that is just regular. Like I'm no longer upgraded. I'm just base pay. But it's a lot easier. It's more manual labor, a lot of lifting and stuff. But pay's still good. But I deal with so much cheese now. I'm basically like all the bags of like Kraft shredded cheese starts as like giant blocks of like, I don't know, 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot blocks of cheese that are so heavy you can't lift them. They have to be like hoisted up by machine onto conveyors where we cut them into slabs that we can lift and put onto another conveyor. So I'm lifting all these slabs of different cheese in different, like amounts and mixtures so we can have our different shredded blends and all this stuff. There's so much cheese, man.
Americans
And those
love
machines
their
go
cheese.
so fast. Oh, I wish I could take one of those 640 blocks home, man. That's the, giant blocks of cheese that we start with.
Yeah.
That they have to hoist up and everything. I mean, those things are huge. It wouldn't fit in my fridge, and I don't think I could lift it to take it anywhere. But man, they make me hungry every time I see one.
Yeah, that must really be something to see it in that kind of quantity. Huge blocks.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's kind of crazy just to think, because I mean it's a large factory with multiple lines running for all different kinds of products and stuff. So just like the sheer volume of stuff that gets produced is kind of mind-boggling. Most of the numbers I don't know offhand, but one number that they made sure to tell us was the like Blue Box macaroni and cheese, which they do like 400 boxes a minute.
Well, they must sell so much of that stuff. They must have plants all over the country to be able to supply it region by region, I'm sure.
For some stuff. By November, the Springfield facility where I work will be making 100% of the Kraft American singles in the world.
Wow.
Like, we'll be all, if you buy, American singles, the premium Kraft, like American cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's going to be made in this plant. I'm not in processed cheese, thankfully. Because I like cheese and I like real cheese. I'm in natural cuts. But yeah, like that's one thing that I do know is going to be entirely our plant. Like right now, I think we're like 90-something% of the global market for craft singles, but by November we're supposed to have 100% of it.
That's pretty cool.
And I can tell you how to see if your craft cheese was manufactured in my plant. If you look at the expiration date on the back, right after the date, it'll have other numbers after it, and letters and stuff. And the first one will be a letter. It'll be like your date and then dash. If it says S, that's Springfield. That's my plant.
Yeah, okay.
And then after that, it'll be like the line number and, other things, that are useful in the plant to backtrack through the process if there's a problem, like they can trace any piece of cheese all the way back to the cow. Everything is so well documented at every stage. But yeah, there will be the S there, and then you can tell that it was this plant.
Look for the S at the end of the expiration date.
Well, it'll be in the middle. It'll be
middle
like
of the
right after the date, and then there'll be a whole bunch of other numbers and stuff after it, for like line number and die number and all kinds of stuff.
It's good to keep track of all that.
Yeah, I've never really worked in, like a major factory before. I've worked in a smaller factory once, but that was only for like a couple of months, and all I did was stand in a freezer all day counting lemons. So this is a lot better job than that was.
I'll bet. Actually, I gotta say you're pretty fortunate. We've got some different production plants here, and by reputation, it's actually pretty hard to get a job in them, especially without previous, what they call line work.
That's the way craft has been forever. Like it's been, you had to know somebody or family. Like it's been really tough to get on at craft. Like I remember, hearing like the myth of getting hired there when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And high school age kids were getting hired there, but it's because they knew someone.
Their dad worked there, their mom worked there.
Exactly. And it's been so tough to get in there. But a year and a half ago, they started changing their hiring processes, and now they go through a temp agency, which is how I got on. So now they hire more people. Not everybody makes it. Not everybody, wants to stay, because it is hard work.
Yeah.
And you do have to take it seriously, and there's a lot of rules, which are there for very important reasons, and a lot of people want a job where they can slack off. So about 60% of people are still there after, I think, 6 months. Only 60% of people that are hired are still there, something like that. But, so the turnover's higher than it used to be, but also craft doesn't have to worry about managing any of that, because that's all through a temp agency, which actually has an office on site. Like if I want to go talk to somebody at Kelly Services, where like who actually pays me and all of that, if I have a problem with my pay or whatever, I don't have to like get a ride to some other business somewhere across town. Like I just walk through the plant to the Kelly Services office and figure out what the problem is.
That's very cool. And after, 6 months, it'll be permanent, you hope?
Approximately, yeah. After 1,041 hours, which usually takes about 6 months, but considering we're going to 7 days a week, it's probably not going to take that long. And it is automatic conversion. There's no, extra stuff. Like, you don't need to get recommendations or anything like that. You don't need, someone from craft to go through, well, how did you do for Kelly? Like, if you're still there, you'll automatically convert. Obviously, if you are a better worker or whatever, you're probably more likely to get an upgrade position. Things like that. And, get more pay. And there's, the raise system and stuff is merit-based, but it's actually pretty interesting. Like, it's not really a seniority-based company, which, from what I've heard of a lot of factory work, it is kind of unusual. Like, the pay is based on the job that you're doing. There's like different levels of job.
So do they have really, really awful tasks there, like making Limburger cheese that you just as soon avoid?
No, as far as I know, we don't deal with that at this facility. Maybe some craft facility does, I don't know. But I've never seen, like, craft Limburger in a store, so I don't think so.
That's true. So have you been getting to play much LOTRO in general? It sounds like you're working a lot.
Oh, not really. And I wasn't playing much LOTRO before I started working there either. Like, mostly just for the field trips. And now for late night LOTRO, which means even less because now so far, I haven't had anyone really show up to do anything. It's just been chatting on TeamSpeak with you this week, thank you. And, you know, last week, Senswinda came on, I helped her a little bit. She wanted to get started with in-league stuff, so I showed her where that was at. But most of it was just us talking in TeamSpeak, socializing, and that's awesome. But I don't know. I don't want to say I'm burned out on LOTRO right now, but I'm just not really in the mood to do a lot of stuff at the moment. I don't know. Deus Ex Mankind Divided is the game I really want to be playing right now. I'm only, like, I had it pre-ordered and got it when it came out, and I'm still only 4 hours in. Just because I've been working so much, and I usually don't feel like it after work because I only have a few hours, and I'm at the point where the game kind of opens up and it's time to explore and stuff, and then, like, I know it's just gonna, like, make me want to stay up later and throw off my sleep schedule, and then work's gonna be tough and all that stuff, so I just don't want to mess with it. But my plan for this weekend is to play it as much as I possibly can.
That's a good plan.
Because I am a huge Deus Ex fan. I even like Invisible War, and most people call that game garbage.
That's the one I have. Although you'll be happy to know I actually was looking through some old emails. I found my receipt, and I think I paid like $1.99 for it 10 years ago.
Wow.
So I got it on like super clearance
worth
at
it.
GameStop. Yeah.
I actually have purchased that game 3 times, and I paid a lot more than that. Well, I paid more than that every time. I paid a lot more than that the first time. I don't think it's a bad game. Invisible War is a fine game. It's not a good Deus Ex game. Because due to the nature of the restrictions of being on the original Xbox, a lot of the elements that make a good Deus Ex game were just not possible. And they decided they wanted to make an Xbox game. So there's limits.
Sort of like taking one of the premier MMO studios in the marketplace and saying you want to turn them into a free-to-play mobile gaming company?
Well, I don't know. That's...
You don't have to respond to that.
See, the thing is there's so many different issues at play in that, and I think, like, as a game designer, like, I'm seeing all different ways to approach that discussion.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I could probably talk for an hour on that topic alone, but I'd probably just confuse everybody. Probably even myself at a certain point. Because there's some similarities, but there's a lot of differences and caveats that come with the similarities and things like that.
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith? Shame you couldn't see it in better days.
Yeah, the main problem with Invisible
When the time
War
comes to
was
fight,
just the
ready.
small
Is this your
scope
first
of
time
the
in Minas
areas
Tirith?
that
Shame
you're
you
going
couldn't
through.
see it in
Like,
better days.
if you never played the original Deus
this
Ex,
your
and
first
Invisible
time
War
in
was
Minas Tirith?
your entry to the series,
Shame you couldn't see it in better
which
days.
it actually was for
This
me,
your
which
first
is how
time in
I know
Minas
this, then
Shame
it
you
just
couldn't
comes
see it
across
in
as a
better
fun game.
days.
It wasn't until I
The
played
enemies of
the
men
original
approach.
Deus Ex
I
afterwards,
hope you are
when I
prepared.
could finally
Is
actually
this
run it
your
on my
first time in
PC,
Minas Tirith?
that I
Shame you
realized
couldn't see
why
it in
people
better
didn't
days.
like it. You know, didn't like Invisible War, I mean. Because Deus Ex quickly became my favorite game of all time ever.
The enemies
Like,
of
no
men approach.
contest.
I hope you are
Until
prepared.
Human Revolution came in and tied it, basically. There's some things the original game does better, some things Human Revolution does better, but I love them both equally. And I think Mankind Divided, from what I've seen so far mechanically, it's pretty much the same as Human Revolution, so I'm probably going to like it for a lot of the same reasons, and if it does some things better than Human Revolution did, it may end up being my favorite. I don't know yet.
Well, I've heard the gameplay is really good, nice and polished.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it, and I'm super looking forward to it. But I don't know. I've also heard some negative things about it, but I take those with a very large grain of salt because it seems like every time I hear someone talk negatively about it, they're talking about the story, and they're talking about the story as what's, like, given. And, you know, as a long-time Deus Ex fan and, you know, player, I realized that 90% of what makes the stories in those games awesome is the stuff that's, like, you have to actively look for and hunt and find out in the world somewhere that is never, like, you're never pointed in a direction to say, oh, this is what happened. But if you find it on your own, like, piecing those things together and figuring out those mysteries on your own when there's no in-game requirement to do so, and like peeling back layers upon layers upon layers of like incredibly deep conspiracy theories is really, really good storytelling. It's just not cinematic storytelling. So I'm hoping that the story is still there the way it was in Human Revolution. It's just you need to pay attention and go out of your way and look for it and hack every email, you know, read every ebook, you know, look in every nook and cranny and find all these like little pieces of information and piece things together yourself. Because that's the way the other games did it. Even Invisible War did that to some degree.
Yeah, that's a lot more interesting than having it just laid out for you plain as day.
Yeah. Now, it might be the case that the story that is laid out for you, like the critical path, might not be as interesting in Mankind Divided as it was in Human Revolution, and that's fine. Like it's tough to get that balance right, but I don't know. Like that's the stuff that I'm more interested in anyway, because that's the stuff I feel invested in, that I have to piece together, and then I make those connections and I figure things out, and then, you know, I have these aha moments of, you know, holy crap, I didn't realize that, and this game is not in any way like forcing this on me. I just have this other information about, you know, other characters and their motivations and things they may have done, maybe to me in a very important case in Human Revolution, for example, that affect how I play the game. And I play the games as a role-playing game, primarily. So, I just enjoy the hell out of that type of experience, because I'm in there just role-playing and, you know, piecing the story together myself. I hit the, you know, cinematic beats as I come across them, and that's great, but that was never my favorite part of it.
I hear you. I've already confessed to being a huge Fallout geek, and one of the things I love about that game is just really taking the time and going through, you know, all of the computer logs and the NPC letters and trying to piece all of that stuff together.
Oh yeah, like especially like Fallout 2, like that was just a huge sandbox. Do whatever you wanted. Like you didn't. The first time I played that game, I didn't even worry about the critical path at all. I just started having so much fun doing other things, which I didn't expect after playing the original Fallout. And it was so great to be free of the timer from the original Fallout that I just kind of rebelled against it and just started exploring and finding all these crazy things. And that was a blast.
Yeah, Fallout 1, they gave you, what, like 40 days or something to go find the water purification ship or something?
I don't remember how long the timer was. I mean, for what you needed to do, it was a generous timer, but it was an ever-present timer that was always ticking down, that if you didn't focus on doing what you needed to do, like, you would risk running out of time. So there was always pressure to prevent you from spending too much time exploring and doing side quests and things, which was great for replayability, but wasn't so good for, like, just exploring and figuring out what you wanted to do. Because there's, like, I think by Fallout 2, they realized, you know, it's a replayable game anyway. There's so many different ways to build your character and different types of characters to make and different ways to actually play gameplay-wise, that you don't need an arbitrary, like, time limit to limit what you can do quest-wise.
Yeah, that was one of the nice things about 4, was as many problems as 4 had. At least you could play it after you finished the main storyline.
Yeah, I haven't played 4 yet.
It's a flawed gem.
As was 3, as was New Vegas.
Maybe I didn't have any expectations going into Fallout 3, which is why I liked it so much.
Oh, I love Fallout 3, but it's also the buggiest game I have ever played.
Oh, okay. I did not
like, I had
have
so
much
many,
trouble with
like, I had so many, like, critical bugs that I had to, like, I normally don't cheat in those types of games, but I had to, like, use console commands to fix broken quests. And, like, to get through doors that were blocking off the entire rest of the game from me because of broken quests and things like that. Like, that game was... and it surprised me, because I remember everybody talking about how broken New Vegas was, and I didn't have any problems with New Vegas.
I had pretty good experiences with both of the games. I don't remember anything that was deal-breaking. Maybe I'm just looking back through rose-colored glasses.
Well, I mean, there's a certain degree of randomness to it as well. When you're dealing with worlds as big as what Bethesda does, and that kind of openness, it's like there's no way that everything can be play tested. There's so many possibilities of different things that can happen. You know, I mean, it could be any number of things. You know, maybe if you have a certain number of items in your inventory, there's some buffer overrun at some point when you walk into a certain area at a certain time of day. You know, where the light is shining somewhere. There's no way to test for that. You know, there's a lot of weird bugs that are just really tough to find. And most of them get found eventually and get fixed in the modding community, you know, in the unofficial patches, because they're usually fixed years and years and years after, you know, official support is ended and other games in the series have come out. I mean, I'm thinking of the unofficial patches for Morrowind in particular, which is, you know, one of my favorite games of all time. It's gotta be top 5. I mean, Deus Ex and Deus Ex Human Revolution are top 2. Mankind Divided, I've not played through it yet, so it's not on the list yet. But even if it is, Morrowind has gotta be top 5 regardless. I mean, if you want to talk about a game that lets you just roleplay as whatever you want, go anywhere, do anything, just here's the world, enjoy your sandbox, be, whatever fantasy type of character you want to be in this world. Like, that's Morrowind. That game is so open, and you're given so much freedom to do what you want that, no other game really compares to it. Technically you could say that Daggerfall and even Arena, to some degree, the previous Elder Scrolls games, 1 and 2, were more open, and they were, but the world was also procedurally generated, and usually that meant just a lot of random stuff that you didn't care about. Morrowind, everything's hand-placed. It's a handcrafted world full of interesting stuff. And the critical path is only going to take you through, maybe a 100th of it. And even if you do every quest in the game, you're maybe 10% of it. And there's still so many other things to do. Awesome things. Not just walking through a barren landscape, but, caves with enemies and treasures and super rare items and just all kinds of things to discover and explore.
And it's all off on some random hill that's not on the way to any particular quest. And you just have to be out exploring and looking for it.
Yeah, there's so many, even as far as the quests that are there's so many quests, and they go in so many different directions. It's, especially for the time it came out, it's super ambitious, and it's amazing that it held together as well as it did. But then afterwards, with all the the unofficial patches and with some mods to improve it even more, it's got to be one of the best games ever made, in my opinion. I think adding voice acting to the series was the downfall, because it led to more focus on a particular linear story progression and less on openness. It's like in Morrowind, and in previous games to a different extent, but in Morrowind in particular, you could talk to any character about any topic. And that was just, that epitomized this sense of openness, of this is your game, it's your story, do what you want. You don't just choose, this person has, a dialogue tree, and you have 3 things that you can potentially say and work your way through it, like most games, and even newer Elder Scrolls games. In the earlier ones, it was all about choosing topics and finding information. Different characters know about different things. Different characters will have different rumors and different advice and different things. And will unlock new topics of conversation that you can then talk to other people about, which can unlock some really crazy hidden quests.
Yeah, it seems like, and that was one of the big complaints about Fallout 4, was they dumbed down the dialogue choices a lot. It's like, no matter what you say, the conversation goes the same way. And that sense of inquisitiveness.
I'm not really a fan of that, but I haven't played it. I can't really say that that's going to make me not like it. It's like I said, Morrowind is my favorite in the series. I love that sense of openness about it, and I think it's kind of the pinnacle of that game design. The addition of voice acting to the series just fundamentally means that they can't record unique dialogue for every single character in the game, talking about every single topic possible to talk about in the game. It's not practical to be able to do that, so that style of conversational gameplay is no longer going to be a thing going forward. The first game after that, Oblivion, I just had so many problems with it. But Skyrim also has that issue, and in some ways it's even more cinematic and forces you down a story, even more linearly. But I think it's a really good game. personally prefer Morrowind, but I wouldn't say Morrowind is a better game. I think they're both just as good in different ways.
Okay. Different strengths and weaknesses, maybe?
Right, exactly. But the reason Morrowind is my favorite is because there's no other game that is like that you can get that experience from. And Skyrim is the best of that type of game. You can get that type of experience from Oblivion as well, even though I don't, like, I happen to not like Oblivion very much at all. But also future games in this series are most likely going to be along that same vein as well. So it's not as unique, I guess. And Morrowind, like, there's nowhere else I can get that. I can get aspects of it from previous games in the series, but not in a handcrafted world where, you know, there's actually attention to detail everywhere you look. And things are there for reasons, which means that you can find all these crazy hidden Easter eggs. There's so many crazy hidden Easter eggs in Morrowind. There's Pokemon, multiple Pokemon in Morrowind. You can find the corpse of Indiana Jones in Morrowind.
I didn't know he ever died.
Well, he wrote a dying letter in which he signs it Indy. Yeah. If I remember right, you can pick up his whip as well.
Nice.
Morrowind was also the last one to have a levitate spell, and I really liked the levitate spell. Because it let you think of navigation in vertical terms, which I wish more games would do. I love good vertical game design because almost everything done in game design is very, very horizontal. You know, it's all about, like, wider, not taller. So games that do vertical game design well and utilize vertical space well, and especially in more and more interesting ways, I really appreciate. And Morrowind had a lot of that because of the levitate spell.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. My copy of Morrowind was for Xbox. My original Xbox went
that was a good version of the game. Did you have the Game
ago.
of the Year edition or the original vanilla edition?
Probably Game of the Year. I don't remember for sure.
Okay.
It's sitting on a shelf out there.
That's a much better version. I mean, it comes with both the expansion packs as well, but also crucially, that was before, you know, consoles would typically patch games.
Mm-hmm.
And the vanilla Xbox version, which I put probably 800-900 hours into that game. It was literally like 1.0 vanilla version of Morrowind before any patches. So there were some very crucial, like, quality of life improvements, like the ability to see the health bars of your enemies, that were added in patches and not in the Xbox version, but they were included as, you know, in the build for Game of the Year edition. But they were, I mean, like I said, even the vanilla version I put 800 or 900 hours into. Like, that was a very good game, even without that stuff. And then, of course, eventually, after playing both versions on the Xbox, eventually I got the PC version. Learned about mods and realized I was doing it all wrong. If you're playing an Elder Scrolls game and you're not using mods, you're doing it wrong. I'm sorry. And I'm not even talking about, like, crazy things. There's so many crazy mods you can do whatever you want to screw it up. I'm just talking about, like, changing the balance and making things work better for a more immersive role-playing world. like for example, one of the mods I always
The
use in
enemies of men
Morrowind
approach.
is
I hope you are prepared.
like an agriculture mod. I forget what it's called, but it has to do with
These
like
are
picking up
troublesome
herbs and
times
things.
indeed.
In the original Morrowind, all the plants and stuff in the game share the same respawn timer. So basically, every month, everything that you have picked will respawn.
Mm-hmm.
And in like what that mod does is basically give every single like individual plant that you pick its own timer, so it feels more immersive. You know, if you pick something, well, 30 days later, that there will be another one there that you can pick again, but it's not like all of a sudden the entire world's going to be repopulated with everything that you've picked, and it feels a lot more immersive because you have less distractions like that. And there's so many good mods like that that you can use for all the Elder Scrolls games. Hell, the only way I can play Oblivion is with like 10 mods installed. Otherwise, I find that game just unbearably unplayable. There's so many problems with that game unmodded.
It's a Paul had over 100 different mods in Skyrim.
Yeah, see, that's the other extreme. I don't like going with that many mods either, because then you're like installing all these crazy little things and whatnot. I just like to try and make vast sweeping changes to like the core elements of the game that are going to improve my ability to immerse myself in the world, so I can not think about them. Like a lot of people like install different mods and then turn them off and put in a different mod and try different things out, try different character models and different companions and all these different things. I mean that's fine if that's what you want. That's great. That's why mods are awesome. You can play how you want. But what I want is just a super immersive world that I can get lost in and play in forever. And not worry about the main quest, not even necessarily worry about the side quests, but just be in that world, immersed. And having mechanics to let me play the type of character that I want. For example, one of the mods I install in Oblivion gets rid of all the crappy lock picking mechanics that game introduced. Just gets rid of that entirely, and instead it uses the Morrowind system where
Is this your first time in Minas Tirith?
Key or a lock pick
Shame
and
you couldn't see it in better
just
days.
point at it and you wiggle it a bit and then it unlocks after a bar fills. You don't have to worry about this weird mini game that I find on the PC version with my mouse, because I have a super high DPI mouse. I find that the lock picking minigame just impossible to play. Like, it is not possible for me to use my mouse and be able to do that minigame. Just does not work. Which kind of breaks the fact that my favorite types of characters to play are thieves.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I cannot play Oblivion unmodded. Anyway,
Well
I'm
met.
probably boring all your listeners. Or all
Oh,
your
no, I was
viewers.
boring all of my listeners. I think they're just excited to hear conversation at this point, so... We've still got 13 folks that are hanging out with us. And
Cool.
It's a Paul says he never played Oblivion without the XP mod.
Oh yeah, that's another important one. And there's different choices, but
Bozankiero says he used to play Oblivion without mods. Is he less cool now? The answer to that is
No.
probably yes.
no, I would say no.
Okay.
If you enjoyed it and you like I said, I played Morrowind for combined different versions. I played Morrowind for thousands of hours before I started getting into the mods and realizing that. I do recommend you try out modding the PC version. There's a lot of really cool stuff there. A lot of subtle stuff that can just improve your gameplay. If there's some niggling issue that annoys you about the game, that just if that wasn't there you would like it that much better, there's probably a mod that can remove that issue that you have with the game.
Somebody else felt the same
things like
way
that.
and probably fixed it for you.
Exactly. But no, if you like the vanilla game, that's fine. Like what you like, man. I mean, it's a fantastic game on its own. Even Oblivion is. It's just not what I wanted at all from an Elder Scrolls game. Like, Skyrim kind of continued in the same direction that was changing. And Oblivion did, even though I didn't like it as a game, it did add some really good things to the series. Like, it gave NPCs, like, schedules, so they weren't always standing in the same spot. They would go about a daily routine. Like, that was awesome. I wish Morrowind had that. It would be even better then. But I think a lot of what Oblivion did was just sort of pave the way for Skyrim to be as awesome as it is. Because I think the execution on Oblivion, I didn't... At least as a Morrowind fan, like, I just found it, you know, a great tech demo for different aspects of an Elder Scrolls game, but I didn't find the finished product interesting to me, at least in vanilla. Modded, I actually enjoy the game quite a bit. When I installed certain mods that remove my frustrations and, you know, add some smaller elements that let me get immersed in it. Like, I install a mod that gives me the mark and recall spells, which were from Morrowind, so that I can use those in Oblivion.
Okay.
That makes my time in that game much more enjoyable, being able to use those spells. And I still have to go through a quest to get them. You know, like, I'm not just, like, console commanding giving me the spells either. Like, there's a full-on quest line, story quest that's part of the mod that you have to go through in order to get those spells. And I find that stuff interesting. And then it also lets me use the spells I need to use, you know, to help me enjoy the game. If you don't need that stuff, if you like Oblivion Vanilla, that's fine. Like what you like, man.
Feels like hours.
I'm sure I like games that you don't. I'm sure you like games that I don't. That, you know, it's the way, same way with everybody.
Yeah, actually, I have to go along with Boz and Jaros. I actually played Oblivion completely modless. I don't think I played it nearly as much as you did, but I put in a fair amount of time.
Mordor will regret challenging the walls of Minas Tirith. Every minute feels like hours. We can only prepare so much.
I don't know. I haven't put in that, like, that much time in Oblivion.
Mordor will regret challenging
In
the walls
Morrowind,
of
I've
Minas Tirith.
put in probably
Every
more than
minute
any
feels
other
like
single
hours.
game I've
We
ever
can only
played,
prepare
including
so much.
MMOs, which is saying a lot.
That is saying a lot.
But yeah, Oblivion, I don't know, maybe 500 or 600 hours, which when it comes to an Elder Scrolls game is
change, yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to an Elder Scrolls game that's not that much. I mean, that's really not that much. There's actually a lot more I want to do in Oblivion now that I've sort of got a list of mods and, you know, figured out what my issues were and been able to address them. Like, I'm able to enjoy that game a lot more, and I plan on doing it, you know, a longer playthrough and really getting deep into it. But again, that's a time commitment.
Yeah, you kind of screwed that all up by getting employed.
Well, there is that. I'll take that trade-off. You know, having no income for an extended period of time was not working out. I don't recommend anyone try it. Not that, you know, it was something I ever did on purpose, you know, but don't try it. It's not good. It's just nice to not have to be constantly worrying about money anymore, and not seeing like that's $1, like that's a lot of money, man. Like, wow, you have $1. Like, that's how I felt for years. Like, for anything, like, I just couldn't afford it, you know. Like, holy crap, you can afford to get a meal like at McDonald's? Like, that's what, $4 or $5? Holy crap, dude, you're rich. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You are just, like, filthy rich. That's how I felt. And now I no longer have those worries, so I am very, very thankful.
Now you're just trying to figure out how to get 600 pounds of cheese home.
I would not risk my job like that, no.
Oh, I know.
No, now I'm actually trying to figure out how to get all my financial responsibilities taken care of, you know, that have accumulated and things, so, yeah. But, also, I have income, so it's not the big worry. You know, it's mostly just a feeling of relief, you know, because I know I'll be able to get things taken care of.
That's good. Well, just remember, pay yourself first. Every time you make $5, you should put one of them away.
Well, the first, like, my top priority was anything that's going to make my job easier, more comfortable, like, make me not in agony at the end of the night, like, you know, new shoes and insoles, things like that. Like, that was top priority. That stuff's all taken care of. And by the way, that also includes an umbrella, like a nice umbrella, because I have to take the bus and then walk a mile to get to work every day. So I'm getting a lot more exercise, but also, like, it's been raining all week, so I needed that umbrella, you know?
Money well spent, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, like, that's my top priority. Anything that's going to affect my ability to, you know, be at work on time and do my job effectively. That's, you know, number one priority. That's where the money goes first. But I think I've got all that stuff taken care of now. Are you still doing the dailies?
Yeah, I'm in the cisterns. I always end up wandering around lost in circles here.
Don't know what that is. Like I said, never been to Minas Tirith.
They have an advanced sewer system beneath the city. It's been breached by the forces of Mordor.
I am currently on, let's see, it's Volume 4, Book 2, Chapter 9, Even in Darkness. Aragorn is at his camp in Lebanon outside the city of Pelargir.
Oh, okay.
That's where I'm at in the epic.
You're not too far off then.
Yeah, but I'm not, like, in the let's burn a few hours going through LOTRO content mood, so it's probably going to be a while before I am. So, not too far gameplay-wise, but I'm still probably quite a ways off as far as, like, real-time-wise before I'm motivated to actually go and do that stuff. I'm not worried about the epic right now. Like, when I'm in LOTRO, right now, I typically want to dabble, socialize on TeamSpeak, maybe do a skirmish, run around, help someone else level, that sort of thing. But I don't want to burn the time when I have, like, Deus Ex Mankind Divided is top of my list right now. I've got other things that are higher up on the list than LOTRO at the moment. Not that I don't still love LOTRO, because I do. But I like a lot of games in a lot of different genres, and
Well, sure.
you know, I kind of, you know, need to give them all some love. So, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the nature of having a diverse interest in games. Is it's real tough to stick with any one game. Like, I mean, otherwise I'd still be playing Morrowind. It'd be the only game I play. Like, if I could devote myself to one game, I probably would have stopped there. You know?
Well, it's one of those things, too, that, you know, I try to make sure that I never feel like I'm required to play LOTRO today. even with the
right.
streaming
Yeah.
schedule.
Yeah, that's important.
And
I think the LOTRO's free-to-play model is very good about that. That's why I prefer to be premium and purchase my content rather than rent it. Is my biggest problem with a subscription fee for an MMO is just that it makes me feel guilty for playing something else, and I hate that.
yeah, if you can skip a month or 2 or 3 of playing LOTRO and come back to it when you're hungry for it again,
Exactly.
makes the gameplay that much more fun when you do finally sit down and, I'm going to spend a crappy, snowy Saturday in December just geeking out and playing LOTRO.
And if you try to do that with a subscription model, either you're begrudgingly playing it and you end up getting burnt out on it until the point where you no longer want to play it, like ever.
Yeah.
Or, you play your other games instead, but you feel guilty playing those and you don't enjoy them to their fullest because in the back of your mind you're going, well, I'm still paying money, I should be playing this other game. So, as far as I'm concerned, for someone who likes as many different types of games as I do, it's just a no-win situation. I have found it worth it to subscribe to games because I really like the games, and that was the only option, but I strongly dislike the business model.
Good night, Eldolith. Eldolith is logging off.
Oh, good night, Elda.
Well, I've had friends who've turned MMOs into second full-time jobs before, and they just end up hating the game. And I tell the story about a buddy I used to play EVE Online with, and he ended up...
Well, I mean, you just described EVE. That is a second job. That's a second life. That's another universe to live in and exist in and deal with an economy in and all of that.
Yeah, he got a industrial ship full of Zydrine popped in 1.0 space, and he was just so freaked out mad that somebody could gank him when he was supposed to be in one of the safest places in the known galaxy. And it was like...
No place is too safe.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be frustrated too, but that's that game.
Yeah.
If you play that game for any length of time, you know what that game is, and you either buy in or you get out quickly, because it very much is that game.
People always laugh, but I'm not joking when I try to describe it. I say it's a prison shower simulator, and the spaceships are just window dressing.
Did you hear it's going free to play?
Is it really? That's terrific.
Yeah, very, very quickly. And the model's actually really interesting too, because the free-to-play model is basically if you're playing for free, then you have you can still go anywhere and experience all the content, but you can only have certain access to certain ships, and only access certain skills, only be able to level up certain skills. So it's better than a 30-day free trial. You can still get in there and participate and do good and help your corporation and be effective and be even if you can't afford to pay a subscription, you can still be a part of the game, and maybe eventually even get to the point where you're in their corporation and helping enough that you can afford to earn the ISK in game and pay for your subscription that way and never have to pay any money, all from gameplay, which is kind of awesome. But at the same time, the vast array of ships and all the skills, that's also a pretty good benefit for the subscriber base as well.
Yeah.
And it's hard to compare. I would think that would be a terrible business model for LOTRO, but EVE is a very different type of game. So holding back skills and chips like that, I don't think is as big of a limitation for a new player.
Well,
I don't
have
know.
to say,
I'm tempted. I'm tempted to try and pick it up again. I played the 30-day trial a couple of times before, but just the first time it was like real early and like within the first year or two after the game came out, and a lot of like the cool stuff just wasn't there yet. Like a lot of the interface stuff and gameplay mechanics were not implemented yet. So I really didn't enjoy it. Did not enjoy it. I felt like it was such a huge step back gameplay-wise from Earth and Beyond, which I loved. That I did not have a good time. I tried it again later. I tried another trial, and I liked it better, but it had already gotten to the point then that since I didn't really know anybody who was playing who could help me out, it was just like, again, not fun.
yeah.
Like, the mechanics were fine, were a lot better than the first time I tried it, but like it's a game you kind of need to at least know somebody that you can rely on, having your back in, and yeah. But now that it's going free to play, I'm tempted to give it another try once I have some time, which is not going to be anytime soon.
Well, that should be pretty interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at it. I've thought about just streaming Eve on trials just for something different to mix into my Twitch channel. You still there?
Yeah,
Brent?
I forget. Yeah, I forget when the free-to-play thing launches for Eve, but I think it's soon, like next month or something. I don't know. They were talking about it on one of the recent Giant Bombcasts, and I don't know. Giant Bombcasts are like 3 hours long. I heard other information after that, and I don't remember the specifics right now. But I do absolutely love that podcast, though. If you don't listen to the Giant Bombcast or the Giant Beastcast, I recommend that you give them a try. They're not for everybody, especially if you don't like long form content. But if you do, give them a try. They're probably some of my favorite gaming podcasts that are out there.
Yeah, I haven't heard of those before. I'll have to check them out.
And you can go to giantbomb.com as well. They've got a lot of videos. A lot of content is free. They also have premium stuff. When right now, premium subscriptions are on sale. It's $30 a year. It's normally $50. Tons and because they've got like 6 years of video content that's premium content. I just subscribed for the first time because hey, I'm making good money now. $30. It's on sale. Wow. I have so many hours of video that I can explore over this next year. Holy crap, man. And it's already awesome. The Giant, because it's a personality-based website, so like all the guys, like everybody who's involved in it just has a different interesting personality. So all the videos are cool regardless, and it's usually different people interacting with each other. Like it's not just a let's play of a game, it's like a let's play with somebody playing it and somebody else there talking with them, and interesting discussion, or like I'm watching Metal Gear Scanlan right now, which is Drew Scanlan, who has never played a Metal Gear game in his life when this started, playing through the entire series in order, with Dan Reichert across from him, who that's his favorite series of all time, and he knows it inside and out. And he's trying not to spoil it or anything, but it's just that dynamic of him being able to point out the Easter eggs, so you get to see kind of the cool things that you may not have even known were in the game, but at the same time you're seeing somebody's first experience with the game, and somebody else's reaction to things. And I don't know, it's more interesting than just watching somebody do a let's play of Metal Gear Solid, for example. I finished the Metal Gear Solid, part of Metal Gear Scanlan. Now I'm on to Metal Gear Solid 2. So, interesting stuff. giant bomb is pretty cool.
That does sound fun.
But the podcast is part of the free content. There's a premium version of the podcast as well, just doesn't have any ads. Honestly, I don't think the ads are a big deal anyway. But especially when the podcasts are like 3 hours long, and maybe 10 minutes of that is ads, and they're still like the same people doing the ads, and they're different every time and usually funny. So. Yeah, I think they're pretty good about how they handle that stuff. But they do have a premium version on the website as well if you do subscribe.
Kidneys04, thank you for the follow. Kidneys04 was nice enough to find my personal stream and go follow.
Awesome.
See, you're a huge draw for my viewing public.
Well, you're the only reason I'm still here for Late Night Lotro, so I appreciate that. It is 1:59 a.m. Late Night Lotro ends in 1 minute. I want to make sure I thank you for keeping me entertained tonight, because it was starting to get real boring, and seriously, I even put out a tweet on Twitter, or I was gonna give it another 10 minutes and then I was gone. I was just gonna cancel it. Not that I wanted to, but this is my last free weekend for a while. I'm going to 7 days a week. I just want to do have a good time. I don't want to be staring at my screen for 2 hours waiting for somebody to show up, and nobody ever does. So thanks for making this enjoyable.
My pleasure. Glad to chat with you as always, and it's too bad that your Fridays are going to be tied up, because I was going to make the comment that I'm on every Friday night, at least till midnight Central. That's just my regularly scheduled time slot. I decided to jump on the grenade and volunteer for Fridays, which is probably one of our slower nights. But
yeah,
I mean, if your schedule frees up and you want to do more late night Lotro, we just need, like I said, we find a third person, we can go out and do some group content or
well, like Late Night Lotro is from midnight to 2 a.m. Central Time. That's my time zone.
Yeah.
And
we're both Central United States.
Okay.
I'm in Nebraska. I'm just north of you.
Okay. I'm in Missouri, for anyone listening who didn't know that.
It's my stream. Nobody's listening, I can promise. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm sure that you have people who are listening and watching and paying very close attention. You probably have stalkers.
I'm big on self-deprecating humor, so it takes a certain amount of self-confidence to be like, yeah, I think I'm just going to grab a webcam and broadcast myself video gaming across the entire world for no good reason. So.
Well, are you going to keep streaming, or are you about done?
I'm probably about done for tonight.
So I was going to say, if you're going to keep streaming for a while, it's my weekend. I can stay up later, and I need to grab another beer or go to bed, one of the two, and it's time for me to make that choice.
Alright, well, whatever choice you make, I hope you pick the right one, but I would not include me as part of your long-term plans, because I probably will be shutting it down here fairly quickly. Eventually, at some point, Mrs. Mustafa will get up and tell me to be quiet and quit waking her up, so. They always joke,
you know what?
Our marriage works on a simple basis. I do as I'm told and I don't get hurt, so.
Right, exactly. I think you've said that before,
I have.
actually. And that is a smart philosophy. That is very, very good. Words to live by, right there. If you want to have a happy life, sure. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off TeamSpeak, get out of Lotro. It's weird with this being streamed because this is not typically something that should be streamed, but that's a separate thing tonight. And it's weird that I'm only talking to one person, but I have to end it by saying thank you everybody for coming to Late Night LOTRO. Hope to see you next week. I will talk to you guys later. I think I'm gonna grab a beer and watch some more Metal Gear Scanlan on Giant Bomb.
Okay, you could go crazy and actually play some Deus Ex, but
No,
whatever works.
no,
Just depends on what you're in the mood
not
for.
tonight, because then I'll be up all night and screw up my sleep schedule. When I wake up, I'm gonna be able to sleep in. That's why I decided to stay up a little bit and get some more beer. I'll be able to sleep in, but I still have to be up for 11:30 because that's when Everton plays. That's the soccer team I follow.
Yeah.
English Premier League. So I'm gonna watch that game, and after that, Deus Ex Mankind Divided. It shall happen, and God willing, I will be playing all day. Unless something comes up, I really hope it doesn't, because I need to get more of that experienced. I need to go through that stuff. I'm excited for it.
Good.
But I must wait. Part of me actually wants to play it right now, but I know that if I did, because the point I'm at in the game is where it first starts opening up and I can really go and explore and have freedom to kind of go where I want and start figuring things out and what side quests I want to do and that sort of thing. And I've played Deus Ex games before. I know how this works. If I start right now, I'm going to look up and it's going to be 9 or 10 in the morning and I'll be screwed.
Yeah, that'll be the kind of thing you won't bounce back from right away. All right, well, have a great
Right.
night, and I will look forward to talking to you again soon, Brannick. Take care.
Have fun, Big Ed.
Thanks.
Disconnected.
Singer got caught listening. You guys are talking a lot about your bathrooms. Showers are tough. Okay, one of the issues I am having tonight is that the stupid boss isn't respawning. This is one of the rooms he's supposed to be in, and the respawn is broken. That's gonna get me salty. Because it's bad enough I have to do the dailies 5,000 times, but if they're gonna make it so that the dailies are broken on top of it, then that's just gonna make me really upset. Anyway, for those of you who don't know Brannick, he is the head podcaster for LOTRO Players Academy. It is an excellent podcast designed for beginner to intermediate players. He also hosts on LOTRO Players News, which is a general LOTRO news podcast. He does some software development. He streams under the name Clandestine Games here on Twitch. And you can check out his stuff at clandestinegames.com. Oh, thank God I finally found this stupid room. I know what it is about the cisterns. I just come in here and wander around in circles. If Kalimbosh doesn't show up soon, I'm gonna get really salty. actually starting to finish some of these. Except for stupid Callum Bosch, who won't be anywhere around. I need one piece of rubble. Must have gotten all the papers burned, I guess. Brannick's not on LPN all the time? Just on Academy. Okay. My mistake. I listen to them both and so many of the voices intermingle. Besides, you guys know by now about 80% of all the information I give out is incorrect anyway. Breach in the darkness. Not going to complete that without all of the rubble. I need the rubble. What have you done with Callum Bosch? As always, you should listen to Zinger. He is the smart one. Why is this spawn room broken? Where the hell am I going? Last time this happened with Callum Bosch, I don't remember where he did finally end up respawning at. I think maybe it was the rubble room? I can't believe I'm still missing a piece of rubble. There's no rubble here. Alright, we'll keep moving. I was hoping Brannick could want to talk more LOTRO, but that's okay. We covered a wide variety of topics. Kept it classy. This is the short room. What do we have here? Crap. I just ran out of ideas. Nope, there we go. All right. Massive pile of copper. A whole gold piece worth. There's nothing down there and he ain't spawning. I'm getting a little frustrated. Oh good, I'm back to the room where Kalimbosh doesn't spawn. Do you understand not finding Kalimbosh? I do not understand why I can't find the last piece of rubble. Or the room with the breach. Really? I can't use that? You're sure? Back to the room where the boss doesn't spawn. It's rubble. Kalimbosh ain't down here. It's gonna be very disappointing. Yeah, I've been looking for Kalimbosh for about 2 hours. I hate the cisterns. Holy crap, he's actually down there. I defeated Kalimbosh. Very quiet. I'm hunting Kalimbosh. I didn't think I would do it.
Every minute feels like hours. We can only prepare so much.
That's how I feel about the cisterns. That's the city gate.
When the time comes to fight, we'll be ready.
On the other hand, I've done a lot of Minas Tirith stuff without the game client crashing, so I'm excited about that. Wow, this place is lousy with small footprints. must have screwed up on the barricades. Only do one half. Workers, supplies. Hmm. Why are there no body parts up here? It's weird. There's one. Found a worker up here. bastard. If I were the city's main gate, where would I be? Wow. I've gone the wrong way. Good morning from Germany. Hi, Sherida. Welcome to the stream. Not up to anything too exciting, just doing some Minas Tirith dailies on my champion.
Gondor needs your aid.
Lizard Dexterous Boots. Alright. Ah. Telerian and Sherida, you speak at the same language. This might be the biggest viewership I've ever had from Germany. Thank you. Hey, I actually used the shout-out command correctly. It is almost 3 a.m. here in the central United States. I am going to go ahead and log off and get some sleep. I would like everybody who's in chat to go over and let's raid Epic Gamer XD and say hi. Epic Gamer XD is streaming LOTRO right now. I won't be able to host him on LOTRO stream, but I will host him on Big Ed Mustafa channel. So when I shut down, let's all go check him out. And if you want to go over there and just say hello or just say Mustafa raid, that would be cool. Alright, my sincere thanks. Hunzi, glad you came. Zinger, always great to see you, man. Delirian, fishing's at 199. Nice, nice, nice. So, thanks to everybody who came by to watch tonight. I had fun, and I hope you at least enjoyed hanging out, seeing the stream, and got a chuckle or two. But go say hi to Epic Gamer XD. I believe he's in the Netherlands. He's a Dutch LOTRO player. And I will see you guys again in stream real soon. If not in my channel, then hopefully in yours. Thanks again. Good night, everybody.